Good morning. I will look to the hearing team first to elevate the court reporter, please.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am.
Excellent. Thank you. Then I will go ahead and get started with our introductions this morning. Good morning. It is September 29th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed.
Doing your intros.
I apologize. I don't know when I went on mute, but I think I can rewind to here. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness today, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide in your presentation when you're ready. And attorneys, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits during cross-examination. If at any time you experience technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing the Zoom webinar, please send an email to dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can email our typical AHO inbox. The AHO hearing team will be monitoring that inbox and will let me know. We will take breaks today as usual, and we will once again have a hard stop at 5 p.m. In terms of housekeeping, I don't have a lot. My understanding is that today we will pick up with the city of Stockton. I understand we have 3 witnesses lined up for the day, and that's where I intend to get started. But if there's anything procedurally that we need to address, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, I will look to our representative for the city of Stockton. Let's see if we can please elevate Ms. Tabor and Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I did notice Ms. Meserve raising a hand. I'm not sure if she had a procedural issue to address.
Or just wanted to make your appearance. Either way, Ms. Meserve, good morning.
Good morning, OSHA Reserve for Contra Costa et al. Yeah, just on a more general topic, I do have panelists coming up Tuesday and Wednesday, and I just wanted to make sure that the hearing officers team has all the emails that it needs to provide those invitations. I believe that those were all submitted via Ms. Moskall's list, but I just wanted to check on that.
I believe we have them, but thank you for checking on that, and I will let you know if I'm mistaken.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Tabor, will you be introducing the witnesses for City of Stockton today?
Yes, I will.
And do you have a separate opening statement?
I have an opening statement. And then we would like to present our witnesses in order and then make them available as a panel for cross-examination. We think that'll be more efficient.
That makes sense to me. I'll look to the room. Are there any objections or concerns about that approach? Otherwise, let's go ahead and, I know you have an opening statement, but let's go ahead and elevate your first witness. That's going to be Mr. Lytle. Is that right?
Yes, we'll start with Dr. Lytle, then Mr. Gramberg, then Dr. Paulson.
Excellent. If I'll look to the team, my hearing, oh, there we have it. Good morning, Dr. Lytle. You're welcome to come on. We'll just do an audio and video check. You're welcome to come on camera and test your audio.
Okay.
Sounds like audio is working.
All right. Let's see if I can start my video.
There we are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Looks like we're working. So with that, I will go ahead and look to you, Ms. Tabor. If you'd like to make an opening statement, then I will swear in Dr. Lytle, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. So good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, members of the hearing team, and members of the State Water Board. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the City of Stockton. The City of Stockton's surface water diversion at Empire Tract is the backbone of the city's water supply. Stockton has a unique, non-consumptive water right that allows it to divert only as much surface water as it returns to the San Joaquin River in highly treated effluent. The city has invested nearly $500 million in critical water resource infrastructure to ensure that its residents have a reliable and less impactful water supply and to improve Delta water quality. The Delta Tunnel presents an unacceptable risk to the city's water supply. The city's drinking water intake is highly influenced by the Sacramento River water, and by reducing Sacramento River inflows, the Delta Tunnel will degrade water quality at Stockton's drinking water intake, make the city's water supply less reliable, and increase the probability of harmful algal blooms, which will adversely affect both municipal and recreational beneficial uses. Water quality degradation from the Delta Tunnel also creates risks to the city's wastewater treatment operations. The city presents 3 witnesses to address these serious issues. Dr. Mel Lytle, the director of the city's Municipal Utilities Department, will provide an overview of the city's water and wastewater resources and the unacceptable risks that the Delta Tunnel poses to the city's water supply, public health, and finances. Robert Granberg, the former director of the Municipal Utilities Department and current consultant to the city on water supply and wastewater, will explain in detail how water quality degradation from the Delta Tunnel threatens the quality and reliability of Stockton's water supply and the city's drinking water and wastewater operations. And finally, building off her testimony for the Delta Public Water Agencies, Dr. Susan Paulson will explain errors and omissions in DWR's EIR and its testimony specific to Stockton for chloride, bromide, and harmful algal blooms. As Stockton's testimony will demonstrate, DWR has not provided the State Water Board or the public with information necessary to demonstrate the proposed change petition will not have unreasonable impacts to Stockton's use of its San Joaquin River water supply or to public health and recreational uses. Based on both the known and undisclosed risks to Stockton's 325,000 residents and their water supply, the Administrative Hearing Office and the State Water Board should find that the tunnel is not in the public interest. And now Stockton's prepared to present its witnesses. And as I mentioned, we'll be starting first with Dr. Lytle.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Good morning, Dr. Lytle. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, you may proceed, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Lytle. Could you
morning.
please state your full name for the record?
C. Mel Lytle, Lytle.
Thank you. Is Exhibit Stockton 001 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit Stockton 001?
Yes, on page 1, paragraph 3, in the first sentence, rather than it saying district, it should say department. Municipal Utilities Department is part of the City of Stockton.
Thank you. We will submit a corrected copy of Exhibit Stockton 001 with that to reflect that correction.
Thank you.
And Dr. Lytle, are Exhibits Stockton 002 and Stockton 003 true and correct copies of the NPDS permit and DWR Bulletin 118 that are cited in your written testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Stockton 18 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Stockton 18? Thank you. And Dr. Lytle, please go ahead and summarize your written testimony as it's set forth in Exhibit Stockton 18.
Okay, can we have the next page, please? Good morning. We have an outline here that I will cover with 3 different points. One being points to my presentation. The first being the City of Stockton's investment in water and wastewater systems. The next being the impacts from the petition to water supply, water systems, and public health. And the third being permit terms must protect Stockton's water supply, wastewater systems, residents, and taxpayers. Go ahead to the next slide, please. An overview of the testimony. The change petition is not in the public interest. There are 2 reasons. By degrading the quality of the city's water supply, the DCP threatens to increase financial burdens on the city and its residents, a significant percentage of whom are economically disadvantaged. The DCP will potentially impact public health by degrading water quality. The second, approval of the change position will lead to a degradation of public trust resources and will result in significant adverse impacts to the Delta's infrastructure, urban areas, agriculture, and ecosystems. Next slide, please. Under water and wastewater systems investments, the city has moved forward and has spent $223 million to construct the phase 1 of the Delta Water Supply Project, or DWSP. This includes an intake on the San Joaquin River at the southwest tip of Empire Tract in the Delta. Included with that are 13 miles of 54-inch raw water pipeline that brings raw water to the treatment plant. The treatment plant is constructed to currently to provide up to 30 million gallons per day to the city of Stockton. That is delivered through distribution pipelines about 6 miles in total. Included with that has been the recent investment of $248 million in project budget to modify and improve the Regional Wastewater Control Facility, or RWCF. This project has allowed us to modernize a substantial portion of the RWCF, improving wastewater discharge quality while reducing operating and maintenance costs. Construction was essentially completed in mid-2025. Next slide, please. Of these, next will be water and wastewater system investments. The city's $460 million plus investment in DWSP and RWCF supports its Delta water rights under California Water Code Section 1485. The city's improvements include, essentially, by looking at both of these projects, an indirect potable reuse program that is critical to the city for drought resilience and climate change adaptation. These investments secure high-quality drinking water supply for over 200,000 customers daily. Maintaining Delta water quality is essential to sustaining these efforts and ensuring public confidence in the city's water supply. Next slide, please. Potential or serious impacts are against public interest. Water quality degradation is a significant threat to public health and financial sustainability. Sustainable Groundwater Management Plan, or SGMA, could be an undesirable result. Can we go to the next slide, please? Water quality degradation is a significant threat to the public health and financial stability. Cal EnviroScreen shows that much of the city's municipal area is in the high 90th percentile for adverse environmental burdens. Many areas are in the 99th percentile for impaired waters. In 2023, 15.4% of the city's population had incomes below the federally recognized poverty level. These economically disadvantaged groups have already had to shoulder rate increases due to the city's necessary investments in its water supply and water infrastructure. Next slide, please. Water quality degradation is a significant threat to the public health and financial stability. Water quality degradation, particularly increased chloride and bromide concentrations, will shift the burden of the DCP to the city and ratepayers. As a result, the city may be forced to invest in additional water supply and wastewater treatment, divert hundreds of millions of dollars of new ratepayer funds towards securing alternative water sources, supply contracts, and developing new infrastructure, or purchase substitute water supplies or increase its use of groundwater pumped from the critically drafted Eastern San Joaquin Basin. Next slide, please. Under sigma, undesirable result, an increase in the use of groundwater pumped from the Eastern San Joaquin subbasin could lead to a highly undesirable result under sigma. The State Water Board must protect the city's beneficial use of its delta water supply by ensuring the DCP does not degrade water quality in a way that would adversely affect the city in its ability to divert, treat, and use water with its existing facilities. Next slide. Permit terms must protect Stockton's supply, wastewater systems, residents, and taxpayers. The city is subject to rigorous conditions in its state and federal permits and biological opinions, or BIOPs, including those that protect DCP proponents' use of their water supply. The city's ability to maintain its water right permit and to discharge water under its National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permit, is dependent on maintaining water quality in the San Joaquin River consistent with its state and federal permits and BIOPs. If the city is required to protect DCP proponents' water supply, the DCP must equally be required to protect the city's water supply, which is partially based on the city's ability to discharge wastewater under its NPDES permit. Last and final slide. In conclusion, the city has made significant investments to improve its water supply and wastewater treatment systems. Degraded water quality resulting in the DCP threatens the public health. Impacts to water quality will destabilize the city's water supply and shift the financial impacts of the DCP to the city and its ratepayers, a significant percentage of whom are economically disadvantaged. Approval of the change position will lead to the degradation of public trust, resources, and significant adverse impacts to the Delta's infrastructure, urban areas, agriculture, and ecosystems. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lytle. And I understand, Ms. Tabor, we should turn next to Mr. Granberg. Is that correct?
Yes, please. We could elevate Mr. Granberg.
Yeah, please, if the hearing team would elevate Robert Granberg. Good morning, Mr. Granberg. You are welcome to come on camera and off of mute.
Good morning.
Good morning. I will go ahead and administer the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Tabor. If you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Granberg, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Granberg. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Robert Granberg.
Thank you. And is Exhibit Stockton 004 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit Stockton 004?
No.
Okay. Are Exhibit Stockton 002, 003, 005 through 016, 019, and DPWA 001 true and correct copies of the materials and reports cited in your written testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Stockton 17 a copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to Exhibit Stockton 17?
Yes. The exhibit that was submitted on July 11th inadvertently included a placeholder slide for an exhibit I did not have time to complete. Last Friday, a corrected copy of Stockton 17 was submitted that deletes that placeholder slide.
Thank you, Mr. Granberg. And now, Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Exhibit Stockton 17C, which is the corrected version of the presentation that we submitted on Friday? Thank you. Mr. Granberg, would you now please summarize your written testimony as it's set forth in this exhibit?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to talk about today is I'm going to provide a description of the city of Stockton and its water services. Talk about the city's water supply. I'll talk about the city's regional wastewater control facility, the RWCF, and discuss injury to the city due to the DCP. Next slide, please. So an overview of my testimony. DWR has not provided sufficient information about DCP effects under future operating conditions or adequate assurances about the scope of future operations to demonstrate the DCP will not result in injury to Stockton as a legal user of water or that it is in the public's interest. These major concerns must be adequately addressed before the change petition can be considered. Next slide, please. So a description of Stockton and its water services. This is maybe more detail than Dr. Lytle had provided, but just reiterating some of that. The Department of Municipal Utilities, or MUD, as it's otherwise known as, provides wastewater collection and treatment, water supply and distribution, and stormwater collection and disposal. The city supplies potable water and owns, operates, and maintains wastewater collection and treatment facilities that serve the entire Stockton metropolitan area. Wastewater treatment and discharge to the San Joaquin River and provisions of water for M&I purposes are essential city services. Next slide, please. So the city's water supply. It's very complicated, and I have a lot of knowledge because I've spent a lot of time working on it. So I'm going to try to summarize it for you. So the current city water supplies include a surface water diverted at the city's Delta Water Supply Project intake pump station on the San Joaquin River at the southwest tip of Empire Tract. That water is conveyed through a raw water pipeline to a 30 million gallon per day water treatment plant located just north of the city of Stockton. That surface water to the city is supplemented by surface water that is purchased from the Stockton East Water District as treated water, and also supplemented by raw water that is conveyed through the Woodbridge Irrigation District facilities, or WID, to the City of Stockton's Delta Water Supply water treatment plant. And in addition to those three surface water supplies, the city also relies on groundwater supplied by the city, and another water supplier in the City of Stockton is the California Water Service. Next slide, please. So more on the water supply background for the city. Prior to 1977, groundwater was the sole source of drinking water for the metropolitan area. Shortly thereafter, surface water contracts with Stockton East, sourcing raw water from the New Hogan Reservoir in the late 70s, and later surface water contracts with the Oakdale and South San Joaquin irrigation districts in 1999 for 30,000 acre feet were acquired to supplement other surface water supplies that Stockton East has available to it for treatment and distribution to the City of Stockton. Next slide, please. So saline migration. So in this instance, we're talking about saline migration into the groundwater basin. So water quality degradation from saline migration into the groundwater basin threatens the long-term sustainability of the underlying basin. Salt-laden groundwater is unusable for drinking water needs and for crop irrigation. Next slide, please. So in response to saline migration, the city pursued a surface water permit through application 30531 in 1996. That application was for a total of 125,900 acre feet per year from the San Joaquin River. As I mentioned before, the point of diversion on the San Joaquin River is at the southwest tip of Empire Tract, and the use of that water under that application is coincident with the Stockton metropolitan area. In about 2005, the State Water Board bifurcated application 30531 into application 30531A and 30531B. In 2006, the State Water Board Division of Water Rights issues permit 21176 on application 30531A. And unfortunately, in 2022, the State Water Board canceled application 30531B. Next slide, please. So the surface water supplies from the Delta Water Supply Project that I've mentioned are shown here on this map. The drinking water intake is shown there on the southwest tip of Empire Tract, conveyed through a pipeline just to a location just north of the City of Stockton, between Stockton and Lodi, where the water treatment plant is located. It's not shown on this map, however. The RWCF, the Stockton's wastewater treatment plant, is shown further south and to the east of in the central delta, in close proximity to the City of Stockton. Next slide, please. So the right to use of water at the Delta Water Supply Project. So permit 21176 was issued to the City of Stockton for up to 33,600 acre feet per year at a rate of up to 317 cubic feet per second for M&I purposes. Condition 15 of permit 21176 limits the amount of water the city may divert under that permit to the amount of wastewater discharge from the city's regional wastewater control facility. Future interests in the right to use of water diverted at DWSP includes a groundwater storage project, which is under development. And I'm pleased to say just last Thursday, the city had the groundbreaking on that project. In anticipation of a new application under Water Code sections 1215 to 1222 and 11460 through 11465, or area of origin statutes, would be made at the point in time when the city determines its need for additional water from the San Joaquin River. Next slide, please. So surface water supply use is limited at the Delta Water Supply Project intake pump station on Empire Tract due to the two biological opinions that were issued in or about 2008, one from the National Marine Fisheries Service and the other from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. In addition, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers 404 permit further defined those restrictions. So those restrictions essentially stated that the ability to divert is restricted from a point during February, I don't recall the exact date, to roughly mid-June to protect Delta smelt and longfin smelt. I think longfin is misspelled there. My apology in the second bullet. So the city, and at that time, based on these restrictions, was still moving forward with the project to build a water treatment plant and spend a significant amount of money to do that. And knowing that the water treatment plant would not be used for a portion of time, needed a solution to that problem. So at that time, a 40-year water purchase agreement was inked or signed with the Woodbridge Irrigation District to ensure water treatment plant operations for the entire year in the amount of 6,500 acre feet per year, taken during the time that the city is unable to divert from the San Joaquin River. Next slide, please. So diversions under permit 21176, the city has diverted and beneficially used water under permit 21176 in each month since the startup of the plant, the water treatment plant, in May of 2012, in which that time was allowed to divert. The maximum monthly diversion from the San Joaquin River under that permit was approximately 2,000 acre feet per year, and the highest calendar year diversion is approximately 14,500 acre feet. Next slide, please. So turning our attention to groundwater supplies. As I mentioned, up until 1977, the city was entirely relied on groundwater for M&I supply. But since that time, the city has made significant investments in new sources of supply and subsequently have improved groundwater levels under the city of Stockton. In 2008, the city council was adopting a new general plan, and part of the water supply component of that general plan limited or with a target was set that no more than 0.6 acre feet per year would be drawn from the groundwater basin to maintain sustainability of the groundwater basin. And the reason for that is because the Eastern San Joaquin Basin is designated by DWR in Bulletin 118, I believe it is, as critically overdrafted. So the security of developed surface water supplies is crucial to continuing to protect the groundwater basin and to achieve groundwater recovery. Next slide, please. So here's a map depicting the location of the RWCF and the city's drinking water intake, approximately 11 miles, I believe, downstream on the San Joaquin River. And it also, let's see, I believe, yeah, that's it also shows the Stockton East Water District water treatment plant that I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Next slide, please. So the RWCF, the Regional Wastewater Control Facility Modifications Project, which I was involved in developing that project in 2015 to 2018, was recently completed, as Dr. Lytle had mentioned, in June of this year. The key upgrades to comply with permit required effluent limits and to replace a very old and maintenance intensive wastewater treatment plant processes. And the development of the upgrade to the plant included the ability to expand the plant as needed through 2045 and beyond as demand would dictate. The total cost of that project is approximately $250 million. And funding was obtained through the State Water Resource Control Board Clean Water State Revolving Program, a US EPA WIFIA Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, as well as a DWR, Department of Water Resources, Proposition 50 Delta Water Quality and Fish Facilities Program. The additional funding to complete the project was cash funded and administered by the City of Stockton's Municipal Utilities Department. Next slide, please. So injury to the city and against public interest by the DCP is due to water quality at the DWSP will be affected by changes in San Joaquin and Sacramento River flows resulting from new points of diversion, associated operative changes, or both. An increase in contaminants is of concern to the city's water supply because it could result in drinking water quality permit violations, increased operation cost, threats to public health and other adverse effect on users, and potential risks to the city's RWCF NPDES permit compliance, thereby threatening the ability to divert water under permit 21176. These adverse changes in water quality could result in substantial injury to the city as a legal user of water. Next slide, please. Specific water quality constituents of concern to the city that affect its ability to use water and is against the public interest include electrical conductivity, or EC, cyanobacteria, bromide, chloride, organic carbon, nitrate and nitrite, pesticides, other toxins, and water temperature. Next slide, please. Increases in salinity due to operations of the DCP. The Delta Water Supply Project and water treatment plant were designed and constructed based on historical and predicted delta flows and water quality. I was involved in the extensive evaluation of water quality in the Delta, and that resulted in the location of the siting of the intake pump station at the southwest tip of Empire Tract as the highest water quality available to the city in the Delta. The city's drinking water intake is highly influenced by water originating in the Sacramento River, and any increases in salinity and other constituents in the San Joaquin River due to the operation of the DCP will cause detrimental effects to water quality. The city cannot sustainably divert water with a chloride concentration over 110 milligrams per liter that causes the city to rely more on groundwater supplies with an equally higher TDS concentration, which in turn negatively affects the city's ability to comply with its NPDES permit. Existing water quality standards of 250 milligrams per liter or higher for chloride are not protective of the city's beneficial use of its San Joaquin River supply. Any chloride concentrations above 110 milligrams per liter below the city's RWCF discharge point in the San Joaquin River will result in injury to the city as a legal user of water. Next slide, please. Increases in constituents, even seemingly small increases in mass or concentration of undesirable constituents, for example, bromide, chloride, EC, and microcystis, can have adverse impacts on facility operation that could reduce the amount of water, quality of water capable of being delivered to the city's residents through its treatment plant. Examples are increased residence time leading to increased cyanotoxins affect municipal water treatment and supply. A 5% increase in bromide and microcystis would require additional chemical treatment, more frequent cleaning of filter membranes, resulting in decreased membrane life, higher electrical demand, and reduced treated water production. Increased algal production cycles affect river pH and total organic carbon levels and will require continual changes in water treatment process to control disinfection byproduct production. Next slide, please. Groundwater impacts. If the DCP results in more extensive reliance on groundwater, groundwater levels will decline and TDS levels in potable supplies and wastewater discharges will increase. Any degradation of surface water quality, including increases in EC, bromide, TDS, or chloride from increased mass or concentration in the San Joaquin River supply or groundwater, will injure the city and its use of water if it leads to the need for additional treatment. Groundwater is subject to overuse restrictions and cannot be relied on for long periods of time. The Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority's Groundwater Sustainability Plan management objectives do not support an increased reliance on groundwater by the city of Stockton. CVP Central Valley Project supply restrictions to Stockton East requires the city to rely more on its delta water and groundwater. The CVP is another surface water source to the Stockton East Water District that I briefly mentioned earlier. Any increase in EC or reliance on groundwater equals a detrimental effect on the city's ability to comply with its MBTS permit, limiting its ability to divert water into permit 21176, as those are highly linked together. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, any increase in contaminants the city is concerned about threatens the city's water supply and can lead to, at a minimum, drinking water quality permit violations, increased operational costs, threats to public health, and other adverse effects on end users. Potential effects on Delta surface water is of great significance to the city as a municipal water supplier. Alterations to Sacramento and San Joaquin River flows will negatively impact quality of water the city diverts from the San Joaquin River. And any degradation in San Joaquin River water quality, excuse me, at city's point of treated water discharge would further burden the city through more rigorous wastewater treatment standards applied through the MPDS permit process. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Granberg. And as I understand, Ms. Tabor, we will now hear from Dr. Paulson.
Yes, please.
If I will look to the hearing team to please elevate Dr. Paulson. Good morning, Dr. Paulson. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning. Is that
Good.
working?
Yes, it is. And it's nice to see
All
you
right.
again. Just for clarity of the record, I will go ahead and re-administer the oath. I realize we have previously done this in this hearing, but we will do it again this morning. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Paulson, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, back to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Paulson.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. I'm Susan Paulson.
Thank you. And is Exhibit Stockton 19 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit Stockton 19?
One correction. On page 9, in two places at line 1 and line 5, the units for bromide should be micrograms per liter, not milligrams per liter.
Thank you. And is Exhibit Stockton 20 a true and correct copy of the expert report you've prepared and have cited in your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
thank you. Is Exhibit Stockton 21 a copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit Stockton 21?
I do. The earlier version that was submitted somehow had a conversion issue when it was converted to a PDF that prevented some text from being viewable. A reconverted version where you can see all of the text was submitted, I think, last Friday. There's
Thank
one
you.
additional change too on slide 15, and I'll call it out when we get there, but on slide 15, the date in the title should read 2020, not 2040.
Thank you. We will submit corrected copies that reflect these changes, including this additional correction to what we had submitted as Stockton 21C on Friday. And if Ms. Mullen, could you please now bring up Exhibit Stockton 21C? Great, thank you. Dr. Paulson, please summarize your written testimony as it's set forth here in Exhibit 21C.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be here again. Could we go to the next slide, please? All right. I previously testified in this proceeding on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies, I think on September 2nd. And I would like to incorporate that testimony into my testimony for the city of Stockton today. And I will endeavor to reference that testimony rather than repeat it. I also previously discussed my qualifications, so I will skip that as well. And I won't go through each of the opinions that are on this slide. I will talk about each of them in turn. And these expand upon the prior testimony that I provided by tailoring the testimony to the city of Stockton's drinking water intake and operations and the beneficial uses of water in the vicinity of the city. Next slide, and you can skip one. All right, this map shows the location of the city of Stockton's drinking water intake on Empire Tract. The intake is located generally to the northwest of the heart of the city and at the southwest edge of Empire Tract. So the intake is located on the San Joaquin River channel, but the water that's drawn into the city's intake originates from many different sources. It's not purely San Joaquin River water. So it includes water from the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River, in addition to other sources of water in the Delta, because the Delta is strongly tidal at this location. Next slide, please. All right, my first opinion is that DWR has not disclosed the impacts of the proposed operations of the Delta Conveyance project on water quality at Stockton's intake for future climate conditions when the DCP would operate. So it would operate after 2040. And thus, DWR has not provided the information necessary to demonstrate that there will not be unreasonable impacts to water quality at Stockton's drinking water intake at Empire Tract or to Stockton's beneficial use of its San Joaquin River water supply. Next slide, please. So as I described in the September 2nd testimony, DWR has not yet presented information describing water quality and hydrodynamics in the Delta for the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, which for 2040 and beyond, so including sea level rise. And I understand that those scenarios are DWR's best representation of both non-stationary climate and the planned operations of the DCP. DWR has also not yet presented information describing DCP operations and hydrodynamic and water quality impacts when temporary urgency change petitions are required, so TUCPs, and that would be for conditions corresponding to 2020, 2040, and then beyond. And DWR also has not provided information characterizing Delta conditions during and following catastrophic failures in the Delta, including the impacts of operating the DCP North Delta diversion intakes and the impacts that operating those intakes would have on the recovery of the Delta following a catastrophic failure. As I shared on September 2nd, the modeling that DWR has made available indicates that climate change by itself causes worse water quality and longer Delta residence times, and that the impacts of the DCP layer on top of those climate impacts. DWR has also disclosed that it anticipates needing TUCPs for future climate conditions. For example, they have performed a CalCIM-3 analysis of conditions in 2070 with 3.5 feet of sea level rise, and indicated that they would need TUCPs under those conditions to temporarily suspend water quality standards, particularly in dry and critical years. And DWR has not provided the state water board or the city with information needed to demonstrate that the DCP will not impact water quality in the Delta or impact Delta users for these conditions and scenarios. Next slide, please. So my second opinion gets to the chloride impacts at the city's intake. And specifically, DWR evaluated the salinity impacts of the DCP using a threshold of 250 milligrams per liter chloride, which does not reflect the Stockton's operational threshold of 110 milligrams per liter chloride. DWR's modeling results indicate that the DCP would impact the city's ability to use its intake. Ms. Miller, next slide, please. Thank you. So as Dr. Lytle and Mr. Gramberg just described, the city operates to a threshold of 110 milligrams per liter chloride in order to meet the effluent limits of the city's NPDES permit for the discharge of treated wastewater. DWR evaluated chloride impacts using a threshold of 250 milligrams per liter. Specifically, Dr. Priest in DWR 400 and DWR 403E summarized their analyses against a threshold of 250 milligrams per liter chloride. And in DWR 110, Mr. Singh also did the same thing and presented chloride concentrations actually at Rock Slough using a threshold of 250 milligrams per liter chloride, not at Stockton. The city operates its intake in real time, and the city measures salinity at its intake in real time and diverts water or turns the diversion off in real time. DWR presented its analysis of chloride using long-term averages that did not allow the city to evaluate impacts to its intake, again, which is operated in real time. Next slide, please. So this graph is reproduced from DWR 403E. This is an example of long-term average monthly chloride concentrations at Empire Tract for an example month of January. And these results show that the chloride threshold of 110 milligrams per liter is exceeded about 5% of the time under existing conditions, so no project, and about 7% of the time with the operation of the DCP. So in the month of January, the DCP would reduce the city's ability to use water at its intake. In her testimony, Dr. Priest concluded, and I'll read a quote, that modeling results for the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract show no increased frequency of exceeding the secondary MCL recommended level of 250 milligrams per liter under the DCP. But again, Dr. Priest did not present the impacts to the city for its actual operational threshold of 110 milligrams per liter chloride. The next slide shows an example of monthly long-term average chloride concentrations from the FEIR for the 2040 threshold with 1.8 feet of sea level rise. This example is for the month of November, and it shows that for the future no project conditions, the 110 milligram per liter chloride threshold is exceeded about 4% of the time. But for the future conditions with the DCP, that threshold is exceeded about 10% of the time. So again, DWR's modeling shows that the DCP would reduce the city's ability to use water at its intake under future conditions. So to address this, DWR should have evaluated the number of hours the 110 milligram per liter chloride threshold is exceeded. and should have done so for the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios and for future conditions with sea level rise. Next slide, please. So my opinion 3 is that DWR did not provide the information needed to evaluate the impacts of the DCP on bromide concentrations at the city's intake. As Dr. Lytle and Mr. Gramberg indicated, bromide at the city's intake can react with the ozone that's used in the treatment process, generating disinfection byproducts, which are regulated pollutants in drinking water. Next slide, please. So in the FEIR, DWR estimated the bromide concentration that would occur at the city's intake location using a 3-step process. So the first step was to compute the DSM-2 modeled monthly source water flow fractions at the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. So for example, the percent of Sacramento River water, the percent of San Joaquin River water, et cetera, at various locations, including the city's intake location for each month in the long simulation period. The second step was to multiply those source water fractions by the source water bromide concentrations. And the third step was to add the bromide concentrations from each of those different sources. For bromide at the city's location, DWR's analysis assumed that the bromide concentrations in the Sacramento River, the Delta agricultural return flows, and the east side tributaries were based on measured data. But DWR used a 3-step process to estimate bromide concentrations in the San Joaquin River source fraction. So first, DWR simulated EC to the Delta using or at the city's intake location from DSM-2. And the second step was to convert the EC from the model to chloride concentrations using a fixed regression equation. And then the third step was to convert the chloride concentration to bromide using a fixed regression. And the regression equation that DWR used for the inflows in the San Joaquin River to the Delta at Vernalis was the same as the regression equation that was used in the Western Delta, where most bromide comes from seawater. So again, the conversion from chloride to bromide for San Joaquin River inflows to the Delta was the same as that for seawater. And as I will show in the next slide, the relationship between chloride and bromide at the city's intake is not fixed. So this plot shows data that were collected by the city between 2022 and 2025. Each data point represents a coincident or corresponding measurement of chloride and bromide. And if there were a fixed relationship between the two parameters at the city's intake, we would expect a 1-to-1 line that would sort of extend from the lower left to the upper right quadrant of this plot. But these data clearly do not exhibit a fixed relationship. They are essentially uncorrelated. And in fact, when we look at the correlations for different water years, we see different relationships. So in 2022 and 2025, there was a weekly positive relationship. In 2023 and 2024, there's a weekly negative relationship. So the city would request that DWR consider these data and refine its calculation methodology accordingly in order to properly evaluate bromide impacts to the city. Next slide. Thank you. As I described in more, as Dr. Lytle and Mr. Gramberg described, even a 5% increase in bromide concentrations would negatively affect the city's water treatment operations, with the potential to lead to increased treatment costs and to affect the reliability of the city's water supply. So this screenshot is from DWR's FEIR modeling, and it shows that the DCP for a 2020 level of climate conditions and sea level rise would increase the monthly average bromide concentrations at the city's intake in October, November, December, January, February, March, and April. This table or this screenshot shows the existing condition bromide concentrations in the top table And then the concentrations under the FEIR Alternative 5, which is the proposed project, in the middle table. And these increases in monthly average bromide concentrations are particularly pronounced in select months. So for example, in November with a 2020 climate, and as shown on the next slide, the DCP would increase the number of exceedances, or the fraction of time that a certain threshold of bromide is exceeded, relative to existing conditions. So this screenshot, also from the FEIR, should be for 2020, and that's the error in the title. The 2040 should read 2020. So in the month of November, a threshold of 250 micrograms per liter bromide would be exceeded 20% of the time for the no project condition and 37% of the time with the Delta Conveyance project. And we see also that the increase in bromide concentrations is greater than 5% for a significant fraction of the months, for all of the months of November in the simulation period. And then the next slide, thank you, shows FEIR model results for 2040, where there's 1.8 feet of sea level rise. So this table again is reproduced directly from the FEIR, and again shows that the bromide concentrations monthly average would increase in October, November, December, January, February, March, and April. And the next slide is a graphical representation of those increases for the month of November for the 2040 climate conditions. So this graph shows that in a no project condition, a bromide concentration of 250 micrograms per liter is exceeded about 30% of the time with a no project condition, and about 45% of the time, with the DCP. These increases in bromide concentrations exceed a 5% threshold for a significant fraction of the time in this example month. So even though DWR hasn't modeled bromide for the most relevant model scenarios and timeframes, the information that DWR did include in the FEIR indicates that the DCP would increase bromide at the city's intake in the fall and winter months, and that the impacts of the DCP are greater under 2040 climate conditions with sea level rise than they are under existing 2020 climate conditions without sea level rise. And DWR did not present bromide concentrations in their testimony to the State Water Board in this proceeding, so we've provided that information again from the FEIR model results. Next slide, please. So opinion 4, my last opinion, goes to DWR's analysis of harmful algal blooms, or HABs. So I previously testified that DWR's analysis of HABs is flawed, and this opinion builds on that and addresses the impacts at Stockton's intake and the impacts to drinking water and recreational beneficial uses. So next slide, please. So I previously testified that DWR's methodology for evaluating HABs in the Delta is flawed, and that testimony mentioned that DWR's consideration of Delta hydrodynamics was flawed, that and the use of the arbitrary subregions of the Delta led to erroneous conclusions about residence time in the Delta. DWR further did not evaluate updated baseline and ITP scenarios for future sea level rise, and DWR used a flawed methodology to evaluate changes in channel flow velocities. So I would like to incorporate those prior analyses and that prior testimony by reference. In my prior testimony, I also stated that DWR estimated what I called a pseudo residence time in the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel. And specifically, DWR found that its pseudo residence time was likely to decrease with DCP implementation. And DWR stated that, and I will read a quotation. DWR stated, quote, "Although decreases in residence time were modeled to occur at the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel, there is unlikely to be any change in the density or extent of microcystis and other cyanobacteria at this location relative to existing conditions. Any such decreases in residence time under the DCP would not be of sufficient magnitude to change microcystis dynamics, i.e. growth rates, accumulation, or aggregation, as residence times would continue to be long and conditions would remain favorable to support microcystis growth, accumulation, and aggregation similar to existing conditions, end quote. And that quote is from DWR 404 at PDF page 38. So as I described in my prior testimony, DPWA 004, DCP operations are expected to increase the residence time of water in the Delta as a whole, both under 2020 conditions and under 2040 future climate conditions. So the increase in residence time induced by the DCP is greater in the 2040 future model runs than in the 2020 existing climate model runs. So that indicates that the DCP impacts to residence time will be greater in the future than under existing conditions. And in addition, the future water temperatures will be higher owing to climate change, which will increase the length of the growing season. So the increases in residence time combined with the increase in future water temperatures will lead to a much greater likelihood of HABs in the Delta, including at the city's intake in the future. And again, DWR did not, in its testimony to the State Water Board, disclose its 2040 model simulation results. Next slide, please. So HABs are already a concern at the city's drinking water intake. So the map on the right is a graph of HABs that were observed in the Delta in 2020. And we've added the notation to show the location of the city's drinking water intake. And that intake location has a red dot that indicates, I know it's hard to see the legend, health advisory - danger. So the highest level of concern for HABs at the city's drinking water intake. So DWR did note in their testimony in DWR 404 that the Stockton waterfront is an area known for dense CHABs, but did not explicitly address the drinking water location. So we've provided this figure for the State Water Board's reference. And then one additional figure on the next slide. So this figure shows suspected and observed HABs that were reported to the State Water Board over the period of 2016 to 2025. So what we did to create this plot was download the state's database and plot those observed and suspected HABs locations on a map, and then zoom into the city's intake location and show that plus some of the surrounding channels. So as Mr. Granberg noted in his testimony, cyanobacteria create problems for the city's drinking water treatment process and impact the city's ability to beneficially use its San Joaquin River water supply. HABs also impact recreational beneficial uses in the Delta, as when there's a HAB, it's unsafe for people or animals to contact or ingest impacted water. So based on these data and analyses, we know that HABs are already a problem at the city's intake, and that the impact of HABs will be worse in the future as a result of climate change and sea level rise and increased Delta water temperatures. And we know that the DCP would add to these impacts, resulting in an increased likelihood of HABs, even on top of the impacts induced by climate change. So DWR has not yet presented analyses of the impacts of HABs for the updated baseline and ITP operational scenarios for future conditions. And thus the expected impacts of the DCP to HABs at the city's intake have not been fully disclosed or described in DWR's testimony to the State Water Board. Next slide, please. And we can skip this one. Thank you. So in summary, DWR has not provided information to show that the DCP would not impact beneficial uses in the Delta near Stockton, including the city's use of its drinking water intake. And DWR's evaluation should include both the updated baseline and ITP planned operations in 2040 and beyond. That would account for non-stationary climate and the planned operations of the DCP. DWR's evaluation should also include the impacts of DCP operations during TUCPs and during and following catastrophic failure scenarios. DWR's evaluations should include the evaluations of chloride, bromide, and HABs at the city's intake location and using an updated proper methodology, and should include analysis of the city's data describing chloride and bromide concentrations at its intake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Paulson. I think we'll be ready for a break here, but I had one question that came up, and I want to go ahead and ask the three of, I think, to the panel, if I may.
But yeah, Dr. Lytle and Mr. Gramberg, I think if you could turn on your cameras and microphones, please.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you. And this is just to clarify, I want to do it up front because I want to make sure I'm not confused here, and so I can follow along better. So thank you to all three. My understanding is that the city's water right permit limits diversions at its intake to February through June. So I'm wondering, and then Dr. Paulson used levels of bromide in November as an example of potential exceedances. And I'm wondering how those two connect. Why does bromide level, for example, bromide in November matter if I'm understanding correctly that the city is limited to diversions in February through June? I'm not sure which of you three is in the best position to answer that question. Maybe my question, let me try this. Am I right that the city only diverts in February through June from its intake on the San Joaquin River?
No, that's
the opposite.
Just the opposite. Yeah. Yeah, the closure period is between February 15th through June 15th.
I see. Okay. That's why I was confused. That's that's why it was a fundamental question. It's the other way. So it's June through February, and then the period, and that was to protect the smelt, now I recall. Was that right?
Mm-hmm.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for clarifying that for me. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back with cross-examination from DWR. So we'll come back at 10:24. Thank you.
Thank you.
development. Okay, we're back on here.
All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, welcome back. I do have one more follow-up question, which hopefully will be as simple to clarify for me, and I appreciate this very much. I think this may be a question for Mr. Granberg, although others of you may be able to answer it. But so feel free to defer if this is not best for you, Mr. Granberg. But my question was whether you could describe for me why 110 milligrams per liter of chloride is the operational limit for the city.
Sure. So the higher concentrations of EC in the drinking water, raw drinking water supply, and as goes through the treatment plant, chloride or EC salinity is not removed in the drinking water process, so it would go right into the drinking water system that's delivered to customers. And then once a customer uses it, it's not too unreasonable to believe that additional salinity would then be introduced into the wastewater stream, and then that flows to the wastewater treatment plant for treatment, where additional removal of salinity is not achieved in the wastewater treatment process. So that ends up in the discharge to the San Joaquin River. And that discharge to the San Joaquin River has a limit on the EC in that stream that makes it back to the San Joaquin River. So it's an NPDES permit requirement to reduce or have a limit on EC in the wastewater discharge. So that you would look to the source water for where that EC would be coming from, in addition to what other, levels of EC might be introduced through the wastewater treatment process or use of wastewater.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I think maybe so in the NPDES permit, the limit, there's an effluent limitation for EC, not chloride
Yes.
or EC. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. That clarifies.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's it for my just initial questions to help me stay on track here. So I will now look to, we need to elevate the appropriate person. If we can please elevate Ms. Morris. And then I suspect, Ms. Carroll, do you want to raise your hand if you'd like to be elevated as well? Please, Ms. Morris and Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
And we'll go ahead. Ms. Carroll, you're welcome to make an appearance on camera if you'd like. Good morning.
Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol appearing on behalf of DWR. If I could just make a quick request, would it be possible to elevate us at the beginning of the hearing? It's just helpful to see who is attending and also in case we need to interject. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. I realize now, yeah, you can't see when you're an attendee, you don't know who's there. So I apologize for that. I forgot about that fact. Yes, we can do that. Thank you. And with that, I will look, I believe, to, well, either of you, is Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, do you have questions for this panel of witnesses?
I do.
Please, go ahead.
Good morning. I think I'll ask questions. I'll probably jump around a little bit, but I'll start with Dr. Lytle. How are you this morning?
Very well, thank you.
Nice to see you again. My name is Stephanie Morris. I represent the Department of Water Resources as outside counsel in this matter. Dr. Lytle, are you familiar with the city's water rights?
I am somewhat familiar with them, yes.
Okay, but you are familiar with permit 21176, correct? That you cited in your testimony?
Yes.
Is it the city's position that today, and if I say city, would you prefer I say Stockton Municipal Utility Department? Is it okay if I say city or?
It'd be appropriate to say either city or MUD.
Okay. So let me re-ask, is the city's position that today it can divert up to 33,600 acre feet annually under permit 21176, so long as a similar amount of wastewater is discharged from the city's regional wastewater control facility.
That's my understanding.
And in your testimony on page 7, we can pull it up, but I'll tell you generally, on lines 18 to 20, you state that Stockton's required to protect the DCP proponent's water supply, then the DCP must equally be required to protect Stockton's water supply, which is partially based on Stockton's ability to discharge wastewater under its NPDES permit. Do you recall that statement?
Yes.
And would you agree that many of the requirements in your permit are required by federal agencies and not Department of Water Resources?
Could you clarify which permit you're referring to, Ms. Morris?
I'm speaking about the water rights permit.
As far as I understand, we're regulated by two different, from the state as well as the federal government through the EPA. Federal government through the NPDES process regulates our discharge on the wastewater side, and the state regulates us on our water rights. I'm not completely familiar with all that DWR is faced with.
If we could pull up Stockton 007, please. Is it Miss Mullen today?
Yes, that's Ms. Mullen.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Lytle, you're familiar with this permit 21176 for the city of Stockton?
Somewhat familiar, yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 4 and scroll down to permit condition 15. Isn't it true that this permit condition 15 is the only condition that was requested by California Department of Water Resources pursuant to a stipulation, as well as other parties?
Let's see. Is this specifically talking about the closure period?
No, Dr. Lytle, the 15 is talking, well, we're going to get into it, but it appears to be talking about providing information for monitoring and maintaining records. But I want to ask you some questions about it.
Okay, it could be more appropriate for Mr. Gramberg to answer these questions.
Okay. So you're not familiar with the information required under that stipulation by DWR and the Bureau and the San Joaquin River Group Authority?
If you'd like to have intimate discussion on these matters, I think Mr. Granberg would be able to provide a more complete discussion.
Okay. Is your position that discharging treated wastewater is a beneficial use of water?
What do you mean by beneficially discharge of wastewater? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm using your words from your testimony if we want to pull that up.
Okay.
Specifically looking at, it's Stockton 001, please.
Okay.
And on page 20, page 6, paragraph 23, you talk about not degrading water quality. And my question to you is it the cities in your position that discharging treated wastewater is a beneficial use of water?
Objection misstates the testimony.
I didn't understand Miss Morris to be stating this I understand you're asking a separate question. Is that right, Miss Morris? I don't think you
Yeah.
were. Okay.
I'm
I'll
just,
allow it as a freestanding question to Dr. Lytle.
What particular number are you referring to?
the only reason I
Paragraph?
pulled up paragraph 23 is you asked me what I mean by beneficial use. And I mean beneficial use in the way that I describe it in your testimony. It appears that you do know what beneficial use means. So my question is it your position, the city's position, that discharging treated wastewater is a beneficial use of water?
That paragraph doesn't speak to wastewater as a potential beneficial use of water.
Correct. But does the city consider the ability to discharge wastewater a beneficial use of water?
I would say not specifically, but that's my opinion.
And you talked about some sources, and if Mr. Granberg is the appropriate person, you can direct me. But Mr. Granberg talked about the ability to purchase water in the past from Oakdale Irrigation District and South San Joaquin Irrigation District. Does the city currently have the ability to continue to purchase surface water from those entities?
I would imagine it's possible, but I have no detailed information on that.
Is there an existing contract that would allow for the purchase of water from those entities?
No.
So your testimony is that after the 10-year agreement ended that's referenced in Mr. Granberg's, that there's no longer a contractual vehicle to purchase water from those entities?
Correct. The through water supply provided by Stockton East Water District is provided through contract on the Stanislaus with the Bureau of Reclamation and not Oakdale or South San Joaquin.
But you are aware that there have been previous contracts with those two entities to purchase water directly from those entities?
That's correct.
Okay. And Dr. Paulson, I have some questions for you as well. How are you this morning? I
Good.
can't see you, but there you are.
I think I'm here.
And I'm going to try to not ask follow-up questions, but there's a couple of clarifying questions I did want to follow up on. And this one goes in regards to your opinion one. Are you aware that the FEIR did modeling and water quality analysis for 2040?
Yes, I've shared quite a bit of that.
And do you know when the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project was issued?
I don't specifically know the date, but I believe it was probably after the FEIR, at least the draft FEIR.
Would it surprise you to know that it was issued on Valentine's Day, February 14th of this year?
No,
And do you know when DWR had to submit its case in chief testimony in this proceeding?
I don't recall the date.
Would it surprise you to know that it was January of this year?
No.
And is it your position that DWR should provide modeling for somewhere climate change 2040, 2043 with the ITP as part of, with the ITP conditions for protestants to evaluate in order to fully understand potential impacts?
I would say that yes, for both the updated baseline and the ITP operational scenario, that result should be provided, those model results, specifically DSM-2, for a time frame corresponding to the period when the project will actually operate.
And if we could please pull up, I'm trying not to jump around too much, but I'd like to pull up Stockton 20, which is your report. if we could please pull up Stockton 20, Miss Mullen, and I would like to go to PDF page 20.
And
Dr.
I'm sorry, which page of I have a printed copy. Could you tell me which page of the report this is?
Sure. Give me a second. It might take me a quick second. It is page 11 of the printed copy.
All right, I'm with you. Thank you.
Okay, and you picked a threshold of 250 for bromide, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the footnote 14, which is cited there as at the end of that threshold, I don't see any basis really other than it says it's a threshold and that you don't even agree that it would be sufficient. If we could scroll down to the footnote. What's the basis of you choosing 250 for the threshold?
I chose it as an example.
And are you aware that the threshold in the FEIR that DWR used was 300?
Yes.
And do you know the basis of where that 300 threshold came from?
I would have to go back to look for that. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And if we could just look at your report, page 13, which should be PDF page. You had 2 ahead. So I think I said 20, so 22.
And actually, if I could answer your prior question, if you looked at Appendix 9D, starting at page 5, printed page 5, that would have the answer to where the 300 micrograms per liter comes from.
I was just wondering if you knew.
I believe it is based on, I'll just read you the quote, work by a panel of 3 water quality and treatment experts engaged by the California Urban Water Agencies, which produced a report, and I won't read the title, but a 1998 report.
And if you have that open, and that panel was engaged by the California Urban Water Agencies, correct?
As I just said, yes.
And does it also say in lines 25 to 26 of AHO 1059 that was based on giving water suppliers flexibility in their choice of drinking water treatment methods?
I'm sorry, which? I only have page 90-1 through 5 printed in front of me. If that spills over onto page 6, I do not have that.
No, it's the same page you were looking at.
Can we please bring up that exhibit so that we can refer to that?
If we want to, she has it in front of her. It is AHO 10.
I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
And Ms. Mullen, it's PDF page 2.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, can you say the exhibit number again?
Sure, AHO 1059.
Thank you. And what was the page?
Page 2.
Thank you.
And if we could scroll to line.
Could we, just for the record, explain what exhibit this is with the title of it, where it comes from?
If we go to page 1, and you cited this in your testimony, is this chapter 9 water quality chapter from the FEIR, Dr. Paulson?
This is chapter 9, the water quality chapter, but this is not the document that I was referencing a couple of moments ago.
Okay. If you could go to page, I'm sorry, if you could go to page 2 of this document. And if you could go 2 lines down, 2 lines 24, right around there. And whatever document you were referencing on line 24, we talked about that this was a 3-panel expert engaged by California Urban Water Agencies, correct?
Yes.
And my question is, doesn't this also say that those experts determined that this threshold would provide water suppliers adequate flexibility in their choice of drinking water treatment method.
It does state that.
Okay, thank you. And if we could go back to Stockton 20. And I wanted to look at figure 4, which I believe is page 19, PDF 19. I think, Dr. Polson, for you, that is page 10 of the report.
Thank you.
And am I correct that the data used to compile figure 4, shown at the top of this page, is provided in Stockton 23?
I don't remember the exhibit number. I don't see it on this page.
Okay, well, I'll pull up Stockton 23 and you can tell me. I believe that's what you cited.
Okay. I don't see that citation here.
Do we want to go to Stockton 23? Is that the
I
request?
think that will help us.
Yes, please. Please, Ms. Mullen, Stockton 23. There we go. And maybe zoom in a little bit on the title. I can't read it very well.
I have
Thank
a
you.
lot of questions about this. So does this help? Is this what you use to compile the figure 4 in your report?
I'm trying to open my version. I believe so. We had an Excel file rather than a PDF.
I think this is Excel that got converted, and that's why we can't read a lot of the information that's on here. So I do have some questions about that. But in your report, at footnote 11, it says State Water Board 2025 Excel file, IPS chloride and bromide measurements 2022 to 2025. And I believe this is Stockton 23.
I think that's correct. I pulled up my Stockton 23 and it matches what is on the screen.
Okay. What is this document?
Again, I believe this was created from an Excel sheet that I believe we received from the city that shows chloride and bromide concentrations measured in water samples collected at the city's drinking water intake on the dates shown.
Okay. And it just what are there's some column names that I cannot read. It appears to be missing. I can see process lab results, and then it looks, do you see like on the second row? Like what is that? What should that say?
I believe that it should read DWTP process lab results. And it looks like there may be some text cut off.
And this cited reference that you have is for State Water Resources Control Board. Is this something that's provided to the State Water Resources Control Board?
I believe so. I'll be honest, I'm a little confused by that label because I understand these to be the city of Stockton's data.
Do you know, you said it came from the city of Stockton, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And maybe, Dr. Lytle, should I ask you or Mr. Granberg if you know if this is submitted to the State Water Resources Control Board, or what this file is, or what the purpose of this is in general?
Yeah, this is information that's collected from my operations staff under the direction of the Chief Plant Operator, Jason Matthews. And this is information we do provide to the State Water Board in our reporting. And I'm not sure if like a monthly or annual report has actually been submitted as part of the testimony or not, but that's essentially how we are, as far as that's concerned, this information is provided probably in a summarized fashion to the State Water Board.
Okay, thank you. And I guess maybe Dr. Lytle, one more question. Is this the only information that's provided, or was this Excel sheet modified to cut out columns or other information?
I think primarily what you're seeing is what we provided to the state on these proceedings. Yeah, I think maybe the cutoff is either milligram per liter or microgram per liter, that paren, and I'm not sure why it's cut off like that, but these samples are, it says DWTP process lab results. We have a laboratory on site that we take the daily grab samples and record the data at our laboratory that's on site. And we also submit samples to a contract laboratory to confirm. And this is what you've seen here. These are the grab samples.
Okay. So back to you, Dr. Polson. These appear to be samples 1 per day, correct?
Generally, yes.
And so what time of day are these samples collected?
I don't recall. Mr. Lytle, or Dr. Lytle, excuse me, may recall. I believe they're collected more or less at a consistent time of day, but I don't know what time of day that is, certainly during operational hours.
Yeah, usually in the AM.
And the information, the date, so these are 1 grab per day, and these are and this is for you, Dr. Lytle, sorry to be clear. I think you'd be the right person. These are not the samples that go out to a lab. These are the in-house lab samples, in essence.
Correct.
And did you provide do you send out daily to an outside lab, or do you send those out just periodically to sort of spot check?
No, we also send the part of the grab samples that we take, we send to a contract lab as well.
And you didn't provide that information, correct? You just provided the ones that you processed in-house?
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess back to you, Dr. Polson. Where is the data for chloride for the purposes of this chart measured? And what I'm trying to distinguish is it inside the diversion point, or is it in the river?
Dr. Lytle can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is water that is pulled in through the diversion point. So water from the river that is conveyed to the treatment plant. And Dr. Lytle, I'll defer to you. Is that correct?
As far as I understand, that's correct.
So it's the grab sample is taken at the treatment plant, which is after, I forget how long the length is, but Dr. Lytle, you probably remember, several miles of transporting
No.
the pipe.
I'm sorry, that's not correct. The sample is taken at the IPS.
Okay. So it's not in the river, but as it's diverted into the system, and I don't know what it looks like, so I'm having a hard time describing this. It's you're taking the sample and before it goes into the pipeline, or as it's going into the pipeline?
The samples are being, from what I understand, the grab samples are being taken at the very front of the intake pump station fish screens as the water is being pumped into the facility. It goes through a series of pumps and then it's discharged into the 54-inch raw water line. But it's dynamic. The water is passing into the fish screen as they're taking that grab sample in the mornings.
Okay. And is the bromide measured at the same location?
The grab samples are measured for both chloride and bromide. at the same location.
and at the same time?
Correct.
Okay. And once a day?
Yeah, unless you see there's a different date or multiple dates, but I don't believe there are.
I didn't. I was just confirming. Okay. Dr. Paulson, and looking through the data that you relied on and that's in Stockton 23, there appears to be several gaps in data, and I just wanted to confirm that, and if we need to, we can scroll down. I think we have to go for quite a bit of time if you want to keep going. If we can keep going, I think. Yeah, there's so like looking here, there's some dates missing in January, and then there's some diversions. And if we keep going in 2023, there's a bunch of dates missing here in March. And
Objection, I'm not seeing missing dates. Could you be more specific about what you're observing, Ms. Morris?
on the dates, there's missing data. Do you see that,
Oh,
Dr.
data.
Paulson?
I thought you said dates. Thank you.
And do you see that, Dr. Paulson?
I do.
Okay, and is the missing data for these dates, and there's some in 2024 and 2025 as well, is that just because there were no diversions into the intake pump station at those on those dates?
I would defer to Dr. Lytle. I don't know.
I don't know exactly. I would have to go back and ask my operations staff, but it could be due to a couple of different things. One being a necessary shutdown in the intake pump station where we weren't drawing water into the facility that way, or some of these dates may be due to a shutdown period that we had to instigate due to derelict vessels that sank into Little Potato Slough, and it was necessary because of the contamination that occurred in Little Potato Slough, that for a preponderance of safety that we shut down the intake pump station as well. But for these dates, I could potentially go back to my ops staff and look at specific reasons why there wasn't data provided
And if
for
we could
those dates.
scroll down, and it's probably in the next page. I'm looking for the same year. If we can keep going, we see data that's entered here in June, and if we could keep going. And then there's some dates in August with data, and then we start to see there is no data for September, and if we keep going, there's some for October, but not a lot. And then none for November. But this is a time frame in which you would be able to divert into the intake pump station, correct? This later time period that I just covered in August and October and November.
Yeah, this is outside of the Delta smelt closure period, correct?
Okay. I guess, Dr. Poulson, I had wanted to ask you a couple more questions. In your testimony today, and also in your opinion number 4 regarding HABs, you reference back to DPWA 004. Is that correct?
In part, yes.
And if we could pull up DPWA 004, Ms. Mullen, please. And if we could look at PDF page 24, which I don't know if you have a copy of this, but I believe it's page 15 of your report. If we could just check if that's helpful for Dr. Paulson, that this is page 15 of the report. We probably have to scroll down a little bit.
Page 15 of the report is a figure.
Oh, it's page 7. And then,
My page 7 does not look like the page on the screen.
is this DPW004?
That's what it says.
Okay, I'm just checking. I think I'm looking at page 25 of this report, page PDF 25. Do you see this? I don't, and again, I think that's page 8 now, but don't.
Page 8, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And on this page, Dr. Polson, you refer back, you are citing Fisher et al. From 1979. We can see that on the first line under the formula to support your residence time calculation, correct?
Yes, but I'm still not caught up with you in terms of which page we're on. I apologize.
I'm on DPWA 4.
Okay, I am with you
PDF
now.
page 25. Hearing Officer Kinsey, we said page 8, right?
I believe it should be page 8 because PDF 24 was page 7, so
Yes.
I'm relying on that.
I am with you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
On this page, you cite Fisher et al. From 1979 to support your residence time calculation, correct?
Yes.
And if we could pull up, and in this, I think you cite for Fisher et al., which you include as DPWA 10. So if we could pull up DPWA 10. Ms. Mullen, please. And this is what you provided for that citation, correct?
I believe so.
And my question is, where in DPWA 10 does Fisher et al. Describe this equation that you use as being relevant for representing residence time when the concern is effects on a sub-regional basis?
I don't understand the question.
Is there anywhere, because I can't find it, I'll represent, that this textbook and the pages that you have provided state that this equation for residence time that you rely on would be appropriate for representing residence time when you are looking for effects on a sub-regional basis?
So if you scroll to the page, this reference talks about the mean detention time. So it would be printed page 274 of this document. I don't know which page it is on the PDF. And it is addressing the residence time of water in an estuary. So it's talking about the mean detention time of water within an estuary as a whole.
So I wouldn't find a reference that says it's the appropriate formula to use if I'm looking at impacts on a sub-regional basis, correct? For an estuary.
I don't know how to look at, well, actually, that's not true. The point I would like to make is that I think that DWR's analysis of residence time on a sub-regional basis, for the reasons that I discussed in part on September 2nd, is incorrect and inconsistent with texts such as this that describe the mean detention time of an estuary.
So I'll try this one more way. I understand what you're saying and I understand your support, but I'm not going your support and rationale for that. But this textbook in 1979, it does not talk about it that this residence time calculation is the appropriate calculation for residence time of part of an estuary if we're looking at sub-regional impacts, does it?
Again, I don't understand the question because water flows into and through an estuary, and because of the tidal action of an estuary, mixes widely among the channels, can take many different flow paths. So I don't understand your question.
You don't understand it or you don't agree with it?
I don't understand it.
So you do understand because you did actually calculate a specific area for Byron Bethany Irrigation District. You used a residence time just for Clifton Court Forebay, correct?
I did.
Objection
because
assumes facts, not evidence.
I haven't presented that testimony yet, but yes, I did. And that was a very specific reason that is an isolated water body that once water flows into it is disconnected from the rest of the delta.
And would you agree that using your formula, the Fisher formula, and actually, if we could go back to your report so we can look at the formula. Let's see, DPWA 004, PDF page 25, report page 8. So you can calculate residence time under this formula one of two ways. One is the volume of water coming into the system versus and division by the flow rate into the system. Correct?
Yes.
And the other is the volume of water coming in divided by the flow out of the system, correct?
Yes.
And the methodology formula you used was the volume of water coming in versus the flow rate into the system. Sorry, the volume of water is divided by the flow rate into the system, correct?
Yes.
And under this formula that you used, would you agree that the magnitude of South Delta exports, the Central Valley Project exports and the State Water Project exports, would not affect your estimate of Delta residence time?
I don't understand that question.
Well, if you're only looking at the flow into the system, that seems to appear that you are excluding flow out of the system. Would you agree?
No.
Okay. So your residence time calculation does take into account the magnitude of the South Delta exports, including the CVP and SWP?
Implicitly, yes. As a long-term average, there's a steady state amount of water in the system. During a tidal cycle, that volume goes up and then down as the tides rise and then fall. Water that leaves the system in an estuary like this that's connected to the remainder of the system will be replaced. So in essence, as it says in this equation, those two things are essentially the same.
Correct. I agree. That's what it says. And you've described that. But if we look at the volume of water in the estuary and we divide it by the flow into the system, do you not agree that exports from the State Water Project and the CVP are not part of that equation?
They are not part of that equation explicitly, but when you export water from the system, more water flows in. So the inflows and the outflows are connected. They are not independent. So I disagree with the premise of your question for that reason.
And Dr. Paulson, are you aware if any CHABs have been found in Sassoon Bay?
I would have to look at the data.
And
I do not recall.
Yeah, in the data you provided in your reports, I didn't see any maps that showed that. Am I missing something?
No, I believe that we presented maps that focus on a more limited area. I don't recall off the top of my head whether the data indicates CHABs in that location or not.
And what data are you referring to in that statement? Data in your report or some other data?
The data set that is referenced in the report that we're discussing today, the Stockton report.
And do you want to take a minute and look and let me know if you have an answer to that question or?
Of whether which question? I apologize. Whether I've looked at data? Which data I've looked at?
You're confusing
I'm not
me
sure what the
with
question
your
is.
data. So let me try to break this down for you into bite-sized pieces. I asked you if you're aware of CHABs having been found in Sassoon Bay. And
I said I don't know the answer to that without looking at the data.
And then I asked what data, and you said the data in the Stockton report, correct?
No, I did not. I said the data set that is referenced inside the Stockton report. In fact, it's referenced printed page 18, figure 10.
And if you want to take a minute to look at that data, and then I will re-ask you the question.
I do not have those data in front of me to be able to answer that question. I could answer questions related to those data as presented in Figure 10, but I do not have the full data set in front of me sitting here right now.
And you have no awareness if CHABs have been identified in Suisun Bay as an area of concern.
Those are two different questions, and I don't know the answer sitting here today without looking at the data to either one of them.
And when you are calculating your volume of water coming in under the Fisher formula for the volume of water for the entire delta, that includes Suisun Bay, correct?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look at that.
If we could pull up Ms. Mullen DPWA 11.
We may have a technical glitch here.
It's kind of a big infogram kind of thing, so I think it takes a minute to load.
Okay, we may just need to wait.
And then we'll have to scroll. But I believe you cited DP 011 as the, and if we need to look at this, we can, but as the basis for your calculations for residence time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could, I want to go to the top right corner. So we probably need to make it bigger and then move it over. So this is DPW 011. And then if we could scroll up. And does this refresh your recollection if you use Suisun Bay for the volume calculation in your residence time?
I would have to do the unit conversion. So honestly, it doesn't. I can't convert those numbers in my head. If you'd like me to take a few minutes and do that, I'd be happy to, but I can't do it off the top of my head.
Yeah, you have to convert the total, the 1656 for the volume into million acre feet, which I believe you did do, and you cited to it in, if you look at your report DPW4 PDF page 25, you cite to the USGS estimate for volume of water within the delta is 1.343 million acre feet. So I assume that you did the calculation from this 1656, but you're better at math than I am for sure.
Again, I can't do the conversion from million cubic meters into acre feet off the top of my head. If we can pause for a minute, I can do it and come back to you.
Sure.
Why don't we go ahead and we can make it official? We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 11:17.
And if I could just ask too, since we're taking a break, if you can convert the 954 for Suisun Bay as well.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you.
All right, 11:17. All right, I believe we're back after our math assignment. I'll look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Thank you. We have Dr. Paulson, and I just want to make sure we do have Ms. Tabor. Great. Please, I think Ms. Morris, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thanks. I think we were on DPWA 11. Is that right? Yes. And I'm Dr. Paulson. When we pull this up, maybe you can tell us if this is the conversion that you did for volume for your residence time calculation. Once we get to the top right-hand corner.
So I'm sorry, is there a question pending?
There was, and you were going to do math. So I asked you if this number for the total, whether you included Sassoon Bay volume in your calculation for residence time.
And the answer is yes. The 1,656 million cubic meters converts to approximately 1.34 million acre feet.
And what's the conversion for the 954 for volume of Sassoon Bay?
If I did the math right, that'll convert to 0.773 million acre feet.
And would you agree that that Sassoon Bay in terms of volume is approximately 57% of the total volume for the Delta?
I didn't do that math, but yes, it would be something just over half.
And in your testimony today regarding chloride and bromide, you said that the city operates the intake facility on a real-time basis, correct?
Yes.
And you also said that DWR should provide hourly information, correct?
For the DSM-2 model results at the location of the city's intake, maybe other places too, but there, yes.
And what time step does City of Stockton operate the treatment plant in real time? Real time can mean a lot of things. So what did you mean? What time step did you mean?
I would defer to Dr. Lytle in terms of how quickly they can actuate the valves and the pumps that would essentially open or close the diversion. I don't know the time step for that.
I can't see Dr. Lytle. Or maybe Mr. Granberg knows.
Or yes, I would defer to one of the two of them.
Mr. Granberg, do you know? Because I can see you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yes. My question was, Dr. Paulson uses the word real-time operations, and I'm wondering what time step does the city operate the drinking water intake pump at?
I think the question is, how does it operate? It operates 24/7, so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's approximately a 12 and a half mile pipeline from the intake pump station to the water treatment plant. And I would assume, well, it depends on the flow rate, but it could be anywhere from 3 to 5 feet per second. So I don't know what that, I haven't done the math to tell you how long it takes for that water to get to the water treatment plant, but there is communication between the water treatment plant and the intake pump station. So pumps can be turned on or shut off immediately remotely through the SCADA system, supervisory control and data acquisition system.
Yeah, I'm still struggling because how often when Dr. Paulson says you operate it real time, how often on what time scale are you making operational decisions?
Well, it's real time, so you could take it down to the second. But typically how a human would respond would probably be on the order of minutes.
If you're operating, as you say, to 110 criterion for chloride, but you're only measuring it daily. How can you be operating real time by the minute? I'm not tracking how that can occur.
Well, I'm talking about operating the intake pump station in real time. The operator controls the pumps based on the demand that's required to be met through the water treatment plant. So that's what I mean by real time, is that they are operating the intake pumps and the water treatment process in real time. Continuous, pumps are running, membranes are filtering, chemicals are being added. That's all real time.
I understand that, but how quickly do you make changes in operations in response to chloride concentrations at the intake pump station?
Well, I'm not a water treatment plant operator. I would have to defer to Dr. Lytle if he could answer that, because I don't know.
Dr. Lytle, can you answer that question?
Could you ask it again, please?
Sure. Oh, Ms. Mullen, we could probably take this figure down if you don't mind. The question is the real-time time step for operations. And, Mr. Granberg just explained several pieces of information and how operators can react. But my question was, how quickly can changes in operations in response to chloride concentrations at the intake pump station occur?
Well, I think you said, were you looking at based on a daily grab sample, or what are you basing that on?
I didn't use the word real time, and no one seems to be able to explain it to me. So I'm trying to understand what time step, based on information that from chloride that is taken at the intake pump station, what is the time scale for which decisions can be made?
Okay. I probably can't give you actual specific operational, discussion, but the detail that I can provide you is at the treatment plant, there are continuous monitoring systems that allow us to understand. Particularly, we're very sensitive to the formation of TTHMs. And so we have an analyzer for that allows us to understand what the concentration formation of TTHMs are. And we can look at that, but I don't have the details as to when, how. You would have to actually talk specifically to our operations staff. I can also add,
Oh, go ahead.
if I can, a daily grab sample is sort of the minimum at the IPS. If we find that there is other issues that are going on where we're seeing higher data numbers, then it's not uncommon for us to do multiple samples. But that's just kind of the minimum that we do. So we're trying to be as based on a daily grab sample all the way up to actual operations. Mr. Granberg also talked about how our SCADA system operates a little bit in trying to understand how best to treat and at what level are the water that we are faced with.
Do you do continuous monitoring for chloride throughout the day, or is it just when you grab a sample and process it in the lab?
I know specifically it's we do the grab sample at the IPS, and I'd have to rely on our operations staff to give you other data that they gather during the day.
But is it continuous? for chloride continuous monitoring?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
It
Are you
possibly
aware?
could.
Are you aware if it's continuous monitoring for bromide?
I'm not aware.
Thank you. Let's see. Let me clean this up, Mr. Granberg, because Dr. Lytle sent a question your way. So before I forget it, let me ask you this. I wanted to pull up, Ms. Mullen, if I could, the permit for 21176, which is marked as Stockton 7. And do you recall, Mr. Granberg, I was asking about specifically about permit term 15 that is part of the, and well, first of all, do you recall this document being the water rights permit for Stockton's water rate permit 21176?
Yes, I was involved in securing that for the city.
And are you familiar with this permit term 15?
Yeah, I'd have to read it in its entirety. Again, it's been a while since I've read it, but yes, I'm familiar with it.
And then in general, it goes, if we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, so we could see the top of page 16, because it kind of goes down. Yeah. And would you agree that the purpose of this permit term is for Stockton to collect samples and to do monitoring and provide that information publicly?
I'm reading it now. I'm familiar with the requirement. Yeah, the city needs to post the daily volume of water in acre feet diverted at the intake pump station to the water treatment plant, and the total daily amount of water in acre feet discharged from the RWCF, and then post that on the web.
So in essence, is it a collecting data and monitoring and then posting the information so that others can look at the data and verify it?
I believe that's the purpose for that condition. Yeah, so that public can understand what's being discharged at the RWCF and what's being taken out of the river by the Delta Water Treatment Plant intake pump station, correct?
And besides this permit term 15, which if we scroll back up, is from a stipulation with the Bureau and DWR and the San Joaquin River Group Authority, is there any other permit conditions for this water right that were requested by the Department of Water Resources?
I don't recall at this time. I mean, that was 2006, and I haven't read this in a while, so I'd have to read it in entirety.
And if we could pull up your testimony, which is Stockton 4. And if we could look at the page 5 at the bottom onto page 6. And I want to start with paragraph 21. You say, similar to Dr. Lytle, that the city has been the subject of considerable scrutiny in its water rights pursuits and NPDES permitting, correct?
Yes, I can
And
say for a fact, yes.
If we scroll through what you've listed, if we could scroll down, all of these requirements are either these all appear to be for federal agencies, correct?
NIMS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and Corps, yes, those are all federal agencies.
Okay, thank you. And if we could please go back to Stockton 7. I had a couple more questions for you about the permit. And if we could scroll up to PDF 3. Under permit term 6. Do you see the last sentence of permit term 6 that the complete application of the water to authorized uses. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And what date does it say that the authorized uses should be completed?
It says December 31st, 2020.
And looking at, I think you provided, and we can pull this up, Stockton 14. This has, if it's okay with you, even if we make this bigger, I cannot read this because of the shading. It looks like there's something under, but I can't tell. Would it be okay if we could go to the next page? I want to ask you, it appears to be the same kind of information, but in a much clearer format. Are you familiar with this document that you produced?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it. Yes.
And it appears to be, it says plant flow summary, and that there's different years. Is this what is coming into the water treatment plant for treatment?
This is plant flow summary at the Delta Water Supply Project water treatment plant. So there's raw water from the Delta that is measured. There's raw water from the Woodbridge Irrigation District. There's recycled water and treated water. I see those columns reported in million gallons or acre feet as it applies. Yes, that's what I see.
Okay. So, and there's several years that are listed in this PDF that's Stockton 14. But just so we can orient ourselves, the raw water, and I'm looking just because it's easier for me at the total acre foot instead of million gallons. On the right-hand side, that information's the same. It's just a conversion, and it shows it by month. Is that correct? And then also the total by year at the very bottom?
Yeah, this is for monthly in the year 2013 from January to December. I think all months are accounted for there, totaling the columns above. So total water in acre feet, 62.7 acre feet, 6,682.7 acre feet.
So and then it has the same information for different categories of water, and the raw data, raw water delta, sorry, that is water that you are diverting pursuant to permit 21176 at the intake pump station, correct?
Correct.
And then the raw water from Woodbridge Irrigation District is the water that you described as a purchase. Is that accurate?
Correct.
What is the recycled water?
I don't recall what the recycled water is. That may be water that is recovered back through the flushing of the membranes, because the solids are taken out to another part of the plant for drying, and then some of that water that's is brought back into the water treatment process, I believe.
Okay, so in essence, if I'm understanding, you think the source of that water is water that it could be either of the raw water, but through the treatment process, it's in the membranes, it's flushed out and then put back in for treatment. Is that, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And in looking at the largest amount of water, I believe that this was not on your original, this was, I think, the slide that you corrected. It was missing this information, but is it accurate that if we look at page 10 of this document, and this is for 2021. And do you see on the bottom on the total water and acre feet for raw water delta is 14,446.51?
I see that.
So is that the highest amount that you have diverted into the water treatment plant from the IPS?
If I recall, that was in my testimony, and that's what I see on this table here, although I was not in responsible charge, so to speak, in 2021 when this data was collected. So I'm relying on the information that was provided to me
Okay.
by the city.
But the number you cited is the same number minus
I-
the 0.51, I think.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I recall that, yeah.
Okay. And if we could look at your testimony, Stockton 4 on PDF page 9, please. Looking at lines 26 to 28, so I think I've just scrolled down. You make a statement that any degradation in San Joaquin River water quality at the point of the treated wastewater discharge would further burden the city. Do you see that?
I see that.
And Mr. Granberg, did you review the testimony submitted by Amardeep Singh in this matter?
No, I did not.
Are you aware that there are no changes in flow from the DCP versus the updated baseline on the San Joaquin River?
No, I'm not aware of that. I would
Okay.
have to defer to Dr. Paulson.
Okay. And then on page 10, looking at lines 21 through 23. Do you see where it says increases in salinity and other constituents in the San Joaquin River due to the DCP will cause detrimental effects?
Yes, I see that.
And that's to the water quality at the drinking water intake and at the wastewater discharge location, correct?
Yes, correct.
And maybe it would be helpful to pull up, I think, Stockton 17, because I have a question about the location of the facilities. Stockton 17 is your PowerPoint. And then it was PDF page 15. I think it's the same, even with the corrected version.
You're looking for a map?
Yeah, maybe it's not, maybe I had maybe it isn't the same. There's no page numbers, so let me orient.
Maybe try 14, Ms. Mullen, just see if we're lucky. How about this one?
That one works. Thank you. And if we could blow it up a little bit. So. Okay. And if you could describe where your wastewater discharge location on the San Joaquin River is in terms of this map.
Sure. It's in the southwest part of the city of Stockton. It is just north of the Highway 4 bridge over the San Joaquin River. Very close, and it's just upstream of the Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel.
So on this map, if we're looking at where the 5 freeway signature or sign is, if we just go down slightly, there's the green box that says WWTP. Is that
Yes.
the location?
That is correct.
Okay. And is your wastewater discharge location upstream of the Delta Water Supply intake pump station that's shown on
Yes.
the map? Okay. And roughly, if you know, how many miles downstream from the wastewater treatment plant is the water supply intake pump station?
I believe I said in my summary of my testimony that it's approximately 11 miles. I don't know if that's as the crow flies or as someone would convey that on the river through on a boat. So I don't recall exactly, but it's approximately 11 miles.
Okay. And did you review the water quality chapters for the FEIR in preparation of your testimony?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go back to your testimony on page 10 where it talked about detrimental effects. And I think it's your testimony, Stockton 4, if it's helpful. Yeah. So when you say detrimental water quality effects to the San Joaquin River flows at those locations, what evidence are you relying on to support that statement?
Where are you looking again? What line?
It is lines 21 to 23.
Okay.
Or sorry, 22. Yeah, see, it's right. It's increases in salinity and other constituents will cause detrimental effects.
Yeah, I see that. So it is my opinion that changes in flow through the delta due to the DCP will have a detrimental effect on the water quality, raw water quality that flows by the drinking water intake currently on Empire Tract, and that flows past the location of the wastewater discharge from the RWCF.
A minute ago, I asked you if you had looked at Mr. Seen's testimony and about your awareness of potential changes to flow on the San Joaquin River, and you said that you weren't aware of that. So have you reviewed other information that support this statement?
I have not reviewed, was it Dr. Singh or Mr. Singh?
Mr. Singh.
No, I have not. And then I, rely heavily on Dr. Paulson's technical work of salinity and other water quality changes in the delta as it applies to city's ability to treat drinking water and to discharge treated wastewater to the San Joaquin River.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you're relying on Dr. Paulson for that statement and not an independent analysis?
That is correct. I have not done an independent analysis.
And in the statement, you also talk about not being able to divert water with a chloride concentration over 110 milligrams per liter. That's on line 24. You see that?
Yes.
And have you
Correct.
reviewed, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I said correct. I see it. Yeah.
And have you reviewed the modeling for chloride at the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract?
No, I have not. I'm not a modeler.
And then looking at page 10 of your testimony up at the top now on lines 1 through 7. You're talking about concerns with changes. I want to explore some of the operations here. Are there tidal fluctuations at the city's drinking water intake?
Yes.
And does the water quality at the city's intake currently vary hour to hour?
I would assume so, although I don't know that for a fact because I have not sampled it myself.
And would you assume, based on your operational experience, that it would vary day to day, the water quality at the intake?
I would assume so, but I don't know that for a fact.
And if water quality would vary on these short time scales, how is it possible that any increase in contaminants would be of concern?
Well, any increase in contaminants that would affect the treatment process would be a concern to the city because it would require additional treatment, more energy, violating drinking water standards. There are a host of issues that could arise from an increase in contaminants in the raw water that's not currently seen today due to the DCP.
Is it possible, Mr. Granberg, for water quality to change by some amount, yet the city could still treat and provide drinking water that meets standards set for protection of public health?
I suppose so. I mean, if it's changing on a daily basis and they're treating it currently, I would assume that the treatment plant would be able to handle some change, but it's my opinion that long-term changes that elevate those contaminants over a long period of time and stricter regulations in the future could become a problem for the city.
And when you say long-term changes, what do you mean by long-term?
Well, long-term, I mean, years, days, months.
So you would consider days to be long-term? Just checking.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. In your testimony on paragraph 37, you list a number of constituents, and you talk about, bromide and chloride, and in particular, where, in terms of the other constituents that are listed, can I find evidence supporting your statements regarding these other constituents?
Not sure I understand the question, but these are all raw water constituents that when that water is treated could produce regulated contaminants that affect the city's ability to deliver treated water to its customers.
But did you do any analysis or rely on any evidence for these constituents that are listed to come to this, to determine if the Delta Conveyance project would impact these constituents?
Have I done any sampling or analysis of those constituents
Not
specifically?
sampling, analysis. Yes.
I have not, no.
So is it fair to say that your testimony, to the extent that it does reference Dr. Paulson's testimony, that is the evidence that you are relying on?
Yes, it is. And a general knowledge of drinking water treatment processes.
And when you say a general knowledge of drinking water treatment process, you're saying to identify that list, but not to actually show evidence of potential impacts from the Delta Conveyance project.
Correct.
And then on page 10, line 24, you talk about the 110, which we've talked about several times. How did Stockton develop the 110 microgram per liter threshold?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe it was based on a mass balance of chloride in the drinking water system that goes from the river through the treatment process, through the city's use, and then back through the wastewater treatment plant.
And when we looked at the recycled water that's retreated in the water treatment plant, do you take water quality samples for that recycled water prior to retreating it?
I believe so. That's a requirement of the Division of Drinking Water permit for the water treatment plant, but I'd have to defer to others to be able to answer that.
Do you know if that information is reported publicly anywhere?
I believe so. It's part of the required sampling and reporting to the Division of Drinking Water.
And and I just want to be clear here, not the overall retreated water that gets served, but the recycled water portion, is that separately tested before it gets treated as part of a drinking supply? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, I believe so. There are a number of sampling points in the water treatment process that must be reported to the Division of Drinking Water to ensure that the water that is being treated is sufficient for public consumption.
And I think Hearing Officer Kinsey asked you about the 110 milligrams and why that matters in terms of the wastewater discharge. And I was hoping you could explain to me, because I'm not fully following, how the 110 milligrams per liter chloride at the intakes affect the wastewater discharge.
Well, it's one component of chloride in the waste stream that's being treated at the wastewater treatment plant. So chloride can come from a number of sources, raw water sources that get conveyed through the system and treated at the wastewater treatment plant that has a limit in its NPDES permit for discharge of chloride or EC to the San Joaquin River.
So then it goes back to your earlier statement about the mass balance. In essence, you're looking at what the chloride content of other sources would be, and then backing into how much chloride is ideal for operations at the drinking water facility. Is that?
Yes, I believe so. For the city to be able to make decisions on source water, to be able to meet the discharge requirement in the NPDES permit.
So in essence, the 110 chloride is an operational preference by Stockton in order to ultimately be able to comply with the NPDES discharge permit.
Yes.
And I probably have quite a bit, and I'm about ready to transition to another topic. I don't know if this makes sense to take a break, but I don't think I would be able to finish.
That seems fair. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Do you have an estimate of how much longer you have, just so we know for planning purposes?
Yeah. Um, I wouldn't think it would be more than like 35 minutes, but I'll see if I can trim it down based on some of the previous answers.
Okay. And then I'll look to the room. Are there others who intend to ask questions of this panel? I do not see any hands. So it looks like we'll be done fairly early today, but it does, I think, make sense to go ahead and take our lunch break. My proposal would be for us to come back at 12:45. But before we break, are there any procedural issues we should address? All right, let's go ahead and take our lunch and we'll come back at 12:45. Thank you. Welcome back. It is 12:45. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We left off with cross-examination of our City of Stockton panel of witnesses. I see we have Mr. Granberg, Dr. Lytle, and it looks like we are just looking for Dr. Paulson to make sure she's with us. And then I will turn things back over to Ms. Morris. I know we started
I believe
exactly.
Dr. Paulson she's had to step away from her desk. She'll be back momentarily.
Great. Welcome, Dr. Paulson.
Hello.
And with that, I will look to Ms. Morris. Please, you're welcome to continue with your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we pull up Stockton 4, which is Mr. Granberg's testimony? And I don't know if you have a printed copy, Mr. Granberg, but I am going to look at page 10, the bottom of page 10, and then move into the top of page 11. I just wanted to clarify, on page 10, on line 24, you talk about the criteria for chloride described at the water diversion, but on page 11, lines 1 to 2, it indicates that the criterion would apply to the discharge point on the San Joaquin River. And I want to confirm where the operational preference of the 110 milligrams per liter of chloride is preferred.
I understand your question. The 110 milligrams per liter in the raw water that's being diverted from the San Joaquin River for drinking water treatment is that criteria to be able to, for the city to be able to manage all sources of chloride that ultimately are seen at the wastewater treatment plant that contributes to the ultimate discharge of chloride or EC into the San Joaquin River under its NPDES permit.
Okay, that's what I understood, but I wanted to confirm. And that goes back to that mass balance that you were describing for me.
Correct.
Okay. And what year was the mass balance analysis for determining the 110 milligrams per liter threshold of chloride at the intake pump station developed?
I don't recall. I'm thinking it was probably during the time that the Regional Water Quality Control Board was considering Stockton's NPDES permit renewal in or about 2013 or 14.
You recall we had a discussion about real-time operations and the meaning of what real-time would mean. In that context, if Stockton takes a daily chloride sample in the morning, how would operators know that the chloride doesn't go over the 110 milligram liter threshold at the intake pump station throughout the day?
If they only took one grab sample during the day, I suppose they wouldn't know if it changed a minute after they took that sample, unless they sampled it immediately thereafter or had continuous monitoring.
I think we've determined that no one knows if there's continuous monitoring, correct?
I'd have to defer to Dr. Lytle because I'm not associated with the plant anymore.
At the time that you were associated with the plant, before you retired, was there continuous monitoring of chloride?
I don't recall.
And diversions from the city's intake at the intake pump station began in 2012, correct?
Correct.
And since 2012, has Stockton ever diverted water with chloride concentrations over 110 milligrams per liter?
That I don't know.
Is it your testimony that Stockton does not divert water if it is over 110 milligrams per liter?
I don't know because I'm not operating the plant. I'm no longer there.
Well, when you were there.
I don't recall. That was so long ago.
I'm sorry, and I'm gonna need a second. I thought I understood your testimony, and you can tell me if it's incorrect to say that Stockton doesn't divert the at the intake pump station if the concentrations are above 110 of chloride or above 110 milligrams per liter.
Objection, that misstates his testimony.
I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, I think in my testimony it says on line 23, Stockton cannot sustainably divert water with a chloride concentration over 110 milligrams per liter.
So your testimony is that you don't know if they have or they haven't, but they can't sustainably do so?
That's correct.
And I'm just looking if we can, I'm trying to understand, like looking at page 12 of your testimony. And I'm looking at paragraph 41. And then it's where I'm looking at, and then this is maybe me confusing it, is line 19 through 22. It appears to say that when Stockton began diverting under its rights, that there was a range of chloride from 0.8 to 110, and it talks about the EC range. So is that, maybe I'm misunderstanding. What did you mean by that? Was that just a study? Like, what does that come from?
Reading it now, I believe it comes from data that was obtained during that period of time, beginning in 2012, from the sampling that was done and reported at the IPS.
And in that same paragraph, that data began in 2012 was not provided as part of your testimony, correct?
I don't recall if it was or was not.
And what is the source of the data? I don't see any citations, so.
Again, I believe it's from samples that were taken by treatment plant operations staff during that period.
And at what location was the data collected?
I don't recall.
Was the data, do you know the time step upon which that data was collected?
I do not.
Are you aware if prior to 2022, there is daily data for chloride at the intake pump station?
I do not know. That might be a question for Dr. Lytle.
Dr. Lytle, are you aware of the data that Mr. Granberg is citing to for these chloride and bromide ranges in his testimony?
Not specifically.
Do you know if prior to 2022, Stockton collected daily EC and chloride and bromide samples?
Prior to 22, I don't believe it was daily.
Was it monthly?
I would have to rely on data that I haven't seen. I'm not certain.
Okay. Mr. Granberg, where can do you have the source? How did you get these ranges for paragraph on page 12 on lines 19 through 22?
I must have gotten it from plant operations staff and the reports that they generate.
Is there, can you share that data?
I can't. I don't have it in hand.
Okay. Is the city able to share that data, Dr. Lytle?
I think we could probably provide the basis of this range of numbers.
And I would be looking specifically for where the samples were taken, the time series of which they were taken, and from what time frames they were taken. Is there any reason why, Mr. Granberg, you did not provide that data?
I don't know. There's a reason why I didn't provide it. No, I don't know.
Okay.
I
So I
suppose
wanted
at the
to,
time I could assume that it could be obtained if someone needed it. I didn't footnote it, obviously.
would you agree that uh, chloride can change if you're looking at daily chloride, that there could be fluctuations that are averaged out over a monthly time period?
Objection vague.
Overruled. If you need if you need clarification, you're welcome to ask for that.
So I believe the question is it possible for chloride ranges to vary and then be averaged over a period of time? It makes sense to me.
So would you agree that if this data is monthly, because we don't know, but we know it's not daily, that if this chloride range was monthly data, it wouldn't capture all of the fluctuations. It would have to be averaged out, correct?
I don't know where this data, whether it's daily or hourly, by the minute, I don't know. But anybody can average data if they had a series of data in front of them, they could average it.
Except for lawyers, they do bad math. But on line 22 to 23, you say any increase in bromide, chloride, or EC levels would adversely affect the quality of the city's drinking water system. And so are you setting these ranges as sort of an essence, like how you would define an injury?
So you have to understand water treatment, and specifically the water treatment that the city provides at its water treatment plant, and what raw water levels of certain constituents can affect that treatment process, either directly by that constituent or contaminant flowing through the treatment process and not being treated, or being exacerbated by any treatment process such as the application of ozone to the raw water in the case of bromide, which would form bromate, which is a regulated contaminant.
I don't think that answered my question, because let's just take chloride, for
Maybe I didn't
example.
understand your question.
That's fair. Let's just take the chloride range, for example. You're saying any increase in chloride, and then you provide above that a range. So are you saying that any increase above that range, the 110 milligrams per liter, in essence, would adversely impact the city's drinking water supply?
I believe that's what's in my testimony, yes.
Wouldn't it be important then to know what that data range is based on? Whether it's daily, whether it's monthly, whether it's hourly?
When you're making decisions, yes.
I wanted to pull up if we could Stockton 14, please, Miss Mullen. And if we could go to PDF page 11, which is for 2022. And then looking at the total water acre feet of raw delta water that we've determined is what comes in at the intake pump station, would you agree that in September and November of 2022, you diverted relatively more water in those months compared to other months?
With the exception of December, yes.
Okay. And if we could look at Stockton 23, please. And if we could scroll up to the top first, so page 1, so we can see. And Mr. Granberg, we talked about this as being the daily collection for chloride and bromide at the intake pump station, correct?
I don't believe that was a question to me.
Did you hear Dr. Polson testify that that was the basis of this information?
I may have. I'm sorry, it was a while ago.
So yes, you agree that this was what was used, that these are samples that were taken daily by Stockton to measure chloride and bromide at the intake pump station?
I believe so. Yes, on those days, there was a lab test, and those are the results for chloride and bromide.
Okay, and if we could go to PDF page 2, and if we could scroll down beginning in September, do you see starting on September 2nd of 2022 through September 11th of 2022 that there are all of those days in essence for chloride show higher than 110 milligrams per liter?
If that's the unit that's being reported there, I would say yes, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, and if we could go to PDF page 4, and this is in starting in mid-November of 2022, would you agree that they're in between November 16th and November 27th, that most of the days, except for one that's 12, there is a significantly higher than 110 milligrams per liter of chloride?
I don't know if these are reported as milligrams or micrograms per liter.
Well, I didn't provide the data, and I don't think we got an answer from Dr. Lytle about he did not know, but he was going to provide the information. So,
Well, if your question is, are these numbers higher than 110, I would say yes, with the exception of November 22nd.
and if we could scroll to the bottom of this page, and just starting in December, on December of the same year, 2022, on the 12th, actually, sorry, starting on the 6th of December, the numbers all the way through the 22nd are much higher than 110, correct? They're higher than
They're higher than
110.
110, yes, from what I can see.
Okay. And if we could pull up what's been marked as Stockton 16. And just while we're pulling that up, in your testimony, you indicate that the NPDES permit limits treated water discharge for EC to a calendar year average of 1,300, is it microsiemens per centimeter? Am I saying that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Is that correct, that it's an annual average?
I don't know. I don't know that for sure. I don't recall.
Okay. You cited to this exhibit in your testimony, correct?
I may have. I don't recall. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. And are you familiar with what this document is?
It's a letter generated from the city of Stockton to the NPDES Compliance and Enforcement Division of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Reporting on Salinity Best Management Practices Annual Progress Report
Okay, thanks.
for the
And
RWCF.
if we could go to page 3 of this exhibit. And if we could scroll down just slightly so we can see the perfect, thank you. Does this refresh your recollection that the NPDS is an average annual of 1,300 microsiemens per centimeter?
I believe that's the limit in the period of time that limit has to be maintained, but I don't recall specifically. And I see all the data points and the best fit line for that data.
The best fit line, do you
I mean,
agree that the
average.
black line is the calendar year average?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's how it's labeled.
Okay. And does the red line show the NPDS annual discharge requirement for EC?
Permit limit calendar average. Correct.
And do the dots represent data points for EC?
That chart says those points are effluent weekly results.
Okay. And looking at this chart on the x-axis, do you see that shows the date?
Yes.
And if we look at the time frame from September to November, well, really September through December of 2022, the black line is much lower than the NPDS requirement, correct?
Yes.
And similarly, the data points are much lower than the EC requirement, correct?
Yes.
And while we're looking at this chart, there appears to be a change in the trend line for EC from the discharge at the beginning of 2019. Do you know why that would be?
I would assume, but I don't know specifically, that 2019 and 20 may have been a more favorable hydrologic year. Looks like the higher points were in 2014 to 16 during the drought period, when there was, I assume, less flow through the delta.
When did you retire from the city of Stockton?
May of 2018.
And are you aware of any upgrades that have been made to the wastewater, any treatment in the wastewater treatment facility process?
Yes, I am aware of that because I set up the project to do that work from 2015 to 2018 when I left. It was in design at the time that I left, but it has now been constructed.
And if we go back to the top of this document on PDF page 2, please. And I believe your testimony stated that the modifications upgrade project is now complete. Is that accurate?
That's what I understand from Dr. Lytle and my testimony.
And do you see in the second bullet under source control, and that it states that by changing from disinfection from chloride to ultraviolet light as one component of a larger project, and not adding chlorine and sodium I can't say that word, bisulfite, will no longer be added to the effluent, that would reduce salinity once the project is complete. Is that accurate?
I believe so. That sounds like a reasonable management decision to reduce EC in the effluent, amongst other things, including raw water.
And if the treatment processes are reducing salinity at the wastewater treatment plant in the discharge, would that change how much chloride can be added to the water diverted at the intake pump station?
One would assume so on a mass balance, but it's not just the raw water and what's done at the treatment plant. There are many miles of contact of water to uses that ultimately make up that wastewater discharge. So it's not just a one-for-one correlation.
And what is the drinking water standard for chloride that the city must meet?
I don't recall. I don't have it in front of me, but there is a secondary standard.
We can pull up what's been
Yeah, I
marked
don't
as
know.
DWR 1133. It should be in the FTP folder. From your time working, are you familiar with these drinking water quality reports?
Yes.
And if we could go to, I believe it is PDF page 4 of this document. This goes out to, it's like a consumer publication to show the status of different contaminants and what the standards are, correct?
Yes, it's required by the drinking water permit to issue this every year to your customers, the city's customers, and to the state.
And I think if we could maybe shrink it a little bit. You're talking about primary and secondary drinking water standards, correct?
Yes.
And that's listed on the table we see that in the notes above. It also lists out those in the tables.
The following tables divide water quality test results into three main. It's cut off. I would assume one, primary drinking water standards, secondary drinking water standards, and unregulated compounds. Correct.
And I think we need to go down. It might be on the next page. I didn't see chloride here. It might be on the next page down, or it could be the one above. I might have. Yeah. Chloride, do you see that the MCL is 500 milligrams per liter?
Yes, I see that.
And do you recall the secondary standard?
I believe that is a secondary standard.
Okay. Just one more question. In your testimony on page 11, so Stockton for page 11. Oh, and just in terms of secondary, isn't a secondary standard largely to do with taste and odor?
It's relative to the customer's acceptance of that water quality. Could be taste and odor is primarily how that is determined. It's a qualitative measure.
But secondary standards are not standards set for a public health purpose, correct?
That's correct.
And looking at page 11 of your testimony, I'm looking at the beginning on line 20. I was a little bit confused here about the 5%. So in your testimony in this 5%, is that just an increase in 5% for bromide or for all of the constituents that you list there?
I think what I say here, such as bromide, chloride, EC, or microcystis. Any of those.
So the 5%.
They don't all have to happen at the same time.
And then on page 12, on lines 12 to 13 of your testimony, you talk about DCP diversions from the North Delta, reducing cold water flow into the Delta. When you make that statement, what river are you referring to? What inflow?
I think what I'm referring to, well, the DCP diversions are in the North Delta. That would be reducing cold water that would flow into the lower delta, and of which in the location of where Stockton's intake is located.
So again, are you talking about Sacramento River in that context?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you also state that it's going to increase river temperatures, but as we already discussed, you didn't do any analysis to show that there would be an increase in river temperatures at either the wastewater discharge point for the city or the intake, correct?
I did not.
Objection, that misstates his testimony. He doesn't say that it would. He says to the extent that the diversions increase temperatures, the project could increase.
I have no further questions. I think you already answered the question. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Paulson, Dr. Lytle, and Mr. Granberg for your time and for answering my questions today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will check again, but it's my understanding that no one else has questions for these witnesses. Raise your hand, please, if that is not correct. Okay, I think I may have a few questions, but hopefully they will just be clarifying like we have done. So, Ms. Mullen, if we can pull up Mr. Granberg's, just so we have it in front of us, Mr. Granberg's testimony, Stockton 4, and go to page, well, I have it printed page 10. I think that's PDF page 10. And scroll down to that list in 37, please. So, Mr. Granberg, I'm wondering if you can just walk me through. I want to walk through these one by one to make sure I understand the asserted impact to the city's water supply. We talked about electrical conductivity, but just to clarify, the impact there is a concern that Stockton would not be able to meet the NPDES discharge limitations for electrical conductivity.
That's
correct?
Right?
And then since we're on that note, do you know, this is not really a fair question for you, it's really for the regional board staff who wrote the permit, but do you know where the limits in the NPDES permit came from? Is that 1,300? I'm going to get the units wrong. 1,300 micro Siemens, was that right, per centimeter?
Correct.
Is that a basin plan objective? Do you know, or do you happen to know?
I don't recall off the top of my head. That sounds familiar.
Okay.
It came from the basin plan, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay. And then cyanobacteria, the second bullet in your list here, that's a concern, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a concern sort of on the front end of things for purposes of serving that water as drinking water to customers. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then bromide is again, and now I'm saying this shorthand, but it's again a concern about the effluent, the wastewater discharge.
That is the drinking water intake. Bromide in the presence of ozone, which is a treatment process at the water treatment plant for drinking water, forms bromate, which is a regulated contaminant.
Okay. So the concern is that a high levels of bromide at the intake would then interact in the treatment process to result in contaminants that cannot be served in drinking water, essentially, or cannot be.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
it
then would be a violation of a primary drinking water standard.
Thank you. That's very clear. And then chloride. We've talked about that, but that is again related to the discharge limitations for electrical conductivity. Is that
correct?
Right?
And if it was too high, it could possibly violate a secondary drinking water standard, which would be a qualitative measure of the quality of the water being served to the customer.
But we think that secondary standard, we just looked at that. It looked like it was 500 milligrams per liter. Is that your
I
recollection?
believe that's from looking at that. Yeah, I believe that was. I thought it was 250, but I may be
I thought
wrong.
it was, I think you testified that it was 250, so that may be merit some further research, but
That's right.
more between there.
I would
Okay.
agree.
Because I wrote down 250 and I think it was probably from you. Um, Organic carbon, where is that a concern? What part of the process, the drinking water process, does that come up?
Yeah, so organic carbon or total organic carbon is if it's present in the raw water and it goes through and is treated at the water treatment plant, there is a disinfection step in the drinking water process where chlorine is applied to disinfect the water. And if there's an elevated level of organic carbon, total trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids are formed, which are regulated by the state as a primary drinking water standard.
Okay, thank you. This is a good way to break it down. We're talking about, are we talking about drinking water standards or are we talking about discharge standards here? How about nitrate or nitrite? Which
Those are
part?
related, yeah, those are related to the wastewater treatment process, and the city's recent RWCF project was designed and constructed to reduce nitrate and nitrite in the discharge to the San Joaquin River. So it's a regulated constituent in their wastewater treatment process that necessitated the huge dollars to address. That was included, those limits were included in the city's 2014 NPDES permit issuance.
And then pesticides. Where does that come in?
Pesticides should be, I believe it's solely a factor in the drinking water intake, because pesticides, I don't think, are produced in the wastewater system unless somebody dumped pesticides into the wastewater system. But in this context, it would be pesticides that would be present in the raw water that would not be removed from the wastewater treatment or the water treatment process, and could eventually make it directly to a consumer of that water, drinking water.
Thank you. I think we can skip other toxins. I can look at there. How about water temperature? What is the limitation on water temperature? Is it with respect to which part of the process?
It would be both. Higher water temperature in the delta for the raw water that's diverted for drinking water treatment. As we heard from Dr. Paulson, warmer water can facilitate the growth of HABs and cyanotoxins particularly. And that would be a concern for the drinking water treatment process and the use of ozone in that process. Water temperature is, I believe, is also a limiting factor in the San Joaquin River for the city's wastewater discharge.
Thank you. Thank you for walking through those with me. That was helpful. I wanted to make sure I was following each one. I think that is, well, I think I have one more question for Dr. Paulson, or one or two. And Ms. Mullen, can we go ahead and pull up Stockton 19 so we can look at this Dr. Paulson's specific testimony? And looks like we're going to paragraph 20, which would be page 7. And so here in looking at lines, the sentence that starts on line 25 through 28, Dr. Paulson, you describe or state that DWR should have provided water quality modeling results for both the updated basin and ITP scenarios in 2040 and beyond in both tabular and graphical format so that the city can assess the impacts of the proposed project on the hourly operations of its drinking water intake. Is that
Yes.
something that DSM-2 can do, that DSM-2 can provide, can develop data on an hourly basis?
Yes, it could do a 15-minute basis if you wanted, but yes, it can do hourly as well.
So in writing that sentence, was one of the scenarios you were thinking of the ability of the city of Stockton to change its operations based on changes, for example, in, well, let me start that question over and see if I can rephrase it for exactly what I'm thinking of here. Do you envision the use of that data for Stockton would be to calculate on an hourly basis times when it could not divert water from divert through its drinking water intakes because of water quality concerns? Why, I guess, why hourly?
Well, because and I don't remember who, as somebody pointed out earlier, water quality varies with the tides on an hourly basis. So the chloride concentration can rise and fall during the course of a day. And a grab sample that is, grabbed just once per day, I think, and sorry, if either Dr. Lytle or Mr. Gramberg said probably in the morning, would be at very different times in the tidal cycle. So tides aren't a 24-hour average. So if you're grabbing a sample every morning, you're going to be measuring at different points in the tidal cycle over the course of a day. So if you have operational thresholds or criteria that govern when you would use water at your intake, when you would turn it on or turn it off, when you would blend with other sources of water to a different degree, that information would be helpful to have on an hourly or sub-hourly basis. And I think Dr. Lytle also has some clarifying information in this respect as well. So what I was trying to get at here is that, first of all, we don't have any model runs for the updated baseline or the ITP for a future condition with sea level rise, because they haven't been part of this hearing. They weren't part of the FEIR. The second point was with respect to the operational threshold. I mean, the city does use an operational threshold, or my understanding is that the city does use an operational threshold of 110 milligrams per liter chloride in consideration of other sources of water, the quality of those sources, and how it can blend those sources together. I believe that the city also does measure salinity at its intake on an hourly basis. That's the clarification that I believe that Dr. Lytle can provide. So the point of this paragraph was to request information from DWR that the city could use to assess the impacts of the DCP on its future operations during the time period when the DCP would be operational.
That's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dr. Lytle, I'll invite you if you open-endedly, did you want to add to anything that, since Dr. Paulson referenced you, did you want to add to that?
Yes, I think I can. As far as EC, we monitors EC at the IPS and at the treatment plant on a continuous basis. It's built into our SCADA system so that we can monitor it in our operations anytime we feel like it. So,
Is that, do you happen to know when that continuous monitoring went online? Is that something recent, or is that something that's been in place, as far as you know, for a decade or more?
I believe that over a decade.
Okay.
I think it was built into the original SCADA that we included as part of the project, but I can confirm that if needed.
It's probably not necessary. I was just more thinking, it was very recent or longer term. So that's helpful. Thank you. With that, I don't think I have any other questions. So I will look to Ms. Tabor. Do you have follow-up based on those cross-examination questions and my questions?
Just a few for Mr. Gramberg and Dr. Paulson.
Please.
Mr. Gramberg, in your testimony, you discussed that Stockton has had to address what you refer to as project proponents' concerns about water quality. Which project proponents were you referring to specifically?
Is this in reference to the Stockton's water right permit? I think there was a question on
Well,
the,
you were questioned about the water right permit, but your testimony was more general and did not reference that water right permit condition 15 that Ms. Morris spoke to you about. So I'm asking about the statement in your testimony that the city has had to address project proponents' concerns about water quality. Was that statement limited to when you refer to project proponents to DWR?
so there were two instances that I went through, was the water right permit process and the protests that were filed against that water right that ultimately resulted in permit conditions in the water right. And also on the NPDES permit hearing before the regional board, there were concerns expressed by the state water contractors and or one individual in specific that I believe was from the Metropolitan Water District that brought to the attention of the regional board that water quality was of utmost concern to them from Stockton's wastewater discharge.
And okay, thank you. And so in that proceeding, are you describing that the state water contractors or Metropolitan were advocating for more stringent effluent limitations for the Stockton's wastewater discharge facility?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's all that I had for you, Mr. Gramberg. Thank you. Dr. Paulson, do you recall questions regarding I believe it's California Urban Water Agencies, or CUA 1998 expert panel report?
About bromide? Yes.
And I believe it was also, you were questioned about a 300 milligram per liter chloride threshold. Am I remembering that?
I think it was 300 micrograms per liter bromide. There was a question that I believe Ms. Morris asked about why I used a 250 microgram per liter threshold. And she's the one who pointed back to a 300 microgram per liter threshold.
All right, thank you for reminding me that it was bromide. Are you aware of any evidence that CUA 1998 expert panel conclusion regarding 300 whatever the unit was, micrograms per liter bromide threshold, considered the linkage between Stockton's ability to divert surface water based on its discharge of treated wastewater?
I don't believe so. I mean, Stockton didn't have an operational intake in the Delta at the time that report was developed. You know, that report predated it. And I don't know that expert panel, I don't know one way or the other, whether they considered the treatment processes that Stockton would in the future deploy in their drinking water treatment plant.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall Ms. Morris's question to Mr. Gramberg, where Ms. Morris stated, if I'm phrasing this correctly, that Mr. Singh's testimony showed that there are not changes to San Joaquin River flows due to the DCP?
Yes, I think so. I was confused by the question, but I think I remember it.
Okay. Clearly I was too, but to your knowledge, are there other changes to the San Joaquin River from the DCP aside from flows generally that could be relevant to Stockton's wastewater discharge.
Objection outside of the scope of the cross-examination. I asked Mr. Granberg about about river flow change on San Joaquin, not about other constituents.
I didn't ask about other constituents. I guess I understood at least if my notes reflected that your characterization here was that you asked about river flow changes on the San Joaquin River.
I'm also trying to remember the scope. I'm going to allow, I mean, I'll allow the follow-up here, and then Ms. Morris, if you need to follow up further, you can. So you may need to, I don't know if you need to repeat the question for Dr. Paulson now that we're.
So based on my understanding of the cross-examining question that I heard, my question for Dr. Paulson was, to her knowledge, are there other changes in the San Joaquin River from the DCP other than San Joaquin River flows that could be relevant to Stockton's wastewater discharge?
Vague and ambiguous as to changes.
Well, let's see what I'm going to allow the question to get to Dr.
Paulson. I'm using the wording that I thought I heard Ms. Morris use, changes to San Joaquin River flows. If I've misstated her question, then.
The way I interpreted the question when I heard it, and again, I don't know that I remember the wording exactly either, it was that the question implied that the DCP would not change the flows or maybe EC, the water quality of San Joaquin River inflows into the Delta. I don't know if that's what is intended or not. But the San Joaquin River is long and it flows past both Stockton's point of treated wastewater discharge and past Stockton's drinking water intake location. And changes in other flows in the system affect the composition of water at both of those locations. So for example, at Stockton's drinking water intake in the future, and I presented this, I didn't repeat it this time, but I presented it in the DPWA, I'm sorry, it might have been 004, my testimony on September 2nd. Slide 35 in that presentation showed changes in the source water composition at the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract, and specifically showed that in the future with the implementation of the DCP, there would be less Sacramento River water present at that location and more water from other sources. And the main source that made up the difference was San Joaquin River water flow. So in other words, when the DCP would divert Sacramento River water from the North Delta intakes, less Sacramento River water makes it into the interior Delta and to the city of Stockton's intake location. And the second change potentially would be at Stockton's point of discharge. And there, my recollection of DWR's model results, we didn't put this in our report, but my recollection is that the water at that location is mostly San Joaquin River water, but also contains some agricultural drainage, and that the fraction of those two things would change. The other thing that pulling Sacramento River water out of the Delta at the North Delta diversion points does is change the amount of water that flows into the Delta and change the residence times and flushing of the interior parts of the Delta. So that has the potential to cause water quality changes at both of those locations. So.
Okay. Thank you. So how could those potential changes be relevant to Stockton's ability to comply with its wastewater permit effluent limitations?
Well, I think in two ways. One would be the change in the source water composition that the cities intake. If they're taking in more chloride, more bromide, more organic carbon, more HABs, that increases the treatment requirements for chloride and bromide. Those aren't pulled out in the treatment process. Bromide can be converted to disinfection byproducts. Chloride sort of just goes through. And if you have higher source water chloride, you will also either need to blend down with other sources of water or have higher chloride concentrations in the discharge. So, especially farther into the future, when background water quality is going to be affected by climate change in addition to the implementation of the DCP, that would potentially challenge the city's ability to meet its wastewater permit. And then obviously there are water quality concerns in the Delta, as Mr. Granberg just highlighted. If water quality in the Delta gets worse, that has the potential to sort of cascade downstream and require more stringent permit limitations in MBDS permits.
Thank you. Finally, do you recall questions from Ms. Morris and also Hearing Officer Kinsey to Mr. Granberg concerning paragraph 37 of his testimony, where he identified concerns regarding impacts from a list of water quality constituents such as nitrate, pesticides, total organic compound. Are you aware of any testimony by DWR that addressed DCP effects for any of those constituents under the DCP's expected operating conditions?
No, not in the testimony to the State Water Board as part of this proceeding. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And then Ms. Morris, I will look back to you if you have follow-up.
I do. I think it's appropriate to ask Dr. Lytle a question because it sounded like he was going to be redirected, and then you offered him an opportunity to correct information.
Yeah, no, I gave him an open-ended opportunity, so you may.
It's very brief. Dr. Lytle, why didn't you provide EC data in terms of the testimony through Mr. Granberg or Dr. Poulsen if you had it on a continuous basis since over a decade?
Are you referring to Mr. Granberg's testimony? Is that what you're referring to?
On any of Stockton's testimony, if you had EC data on a continuous basis at the intake pump station, why didn't you include it in the testimony?
I don't have a response. I guess it was our decision not to.
Was it your decision?
It wasn't my decision, no.
Is that data that you can provide to DWR? We'd like to see the EC data from the intake pump station as long as you have it for EC, the continuous data.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we publish the continuous data, but I know that we publish monthly and annual reports to the State Water Board regarding EC. But as far as actually collecting the EC on a continuous basis, I don't believe we do that. But it's not that we don't watch it continuously, but to actually record it, I'm not certain of that.
So you collect it continuously, but you don't know how often you record it and maintain that data.
Correct. That's something I'd have to investigate.
We'd like to further, I'll send Ms. Tabor an email and make a public records request so that we can access that information. Mr. Granberg, I'd like to ask you, in response to Ms. Tabor's question, you said state water contractors or a person from MWD spoke out about concerns regarding Stockton's NPDES permit, correct?
That is correct.
And what constituents did these individuals state were concerned at the hearing? Or I don't know, wherever you heard them state it?
Yes, it was the hearing before the regional board considering Stockton's NPDES permit. And I don't recall what they were concerned about at the time. I know the biggest constituent that was under consideration by the regional board was nitrate plus nitrite, because that ultimately dictated the treatment process changes in the $250 million project that was built. But there may have been others. I just don't recall, and we'd have to go back to the record of that meeting to to find out what was submitted or what was stated at the hearing.
And is there a reason you said project proponents in your testimony rather than listing state water contractors and an individual potentially from MWD?
I think I just collected them all together as project proponents for the DCP.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Then with that, I think we have, I want to thank all three of you, Mr. Granberg, Dr. Lytle, and once again, Dr. Paulson. Thank you so much for your testimony and your time here today and answering all of our questions. It's very much appreciated, and you are now excused. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Hearing
you.
Officer Kinsey.
Thank you.
And with that, I believe we've completed our day early, but it looks like we have a schedule that I'd like to maintain the schedule right now and try to, I don't think it's necessary to press forward unless, well, we all seem to be on notice of what we're doing for the next 2 days, so that's a good start. Ms. Meserve, you came on camera. Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, two things. One, in wrangling my witnesses, I wanted to let everyone know that Mr. Yee, who is scheduled for October 1st, he is not available until 1 p.m. that day. So I'm prepared to put Mr. Burness first if necessary. Or, we can revisit this issue tomorrow, but I just wanted to give a heads up that in the scheduling that we would not be able to put Mr. Yee on earlier on in the day, and I apologize for that. And yes, so I just want to make sure everyone's aware. Secondly, it would be helpful and maybe pertinent to the timing if we could get updated cross-exam estimates, because one thing that crossed my mind is if there were other witnesses that wanted to go, or, like if there's
Yeah.
any interest in backfilling. I just don't have a sense of, how full these next couple days will be.
That makes sense to me. So I will look to Ms. Morris. You're coming on camera, so I will look to you. Do you have estimates for cross for the witnesses for September 30th and October 1st?
Rough cross estimates for Miss Desjardins, approximately 30 minutes. Maybe this is a question for Miss Meserve. Do you plan on presenting Mr. Worth and Mr. Smallwood and Mr. Ivy as a panel or individually?
My plan was just to do them just as you saw the Stockton witnesses today. So let them each present their testimony, which does have some overlap and interaction, and then I'll let them do the questions as a panel.
So for that panel, it's approximately 2.5 to 3 hours for all three witnesses. For October 1st, for the San Joaquin witnesses, which appear to be a panel, so across about 1.5 hours of cross for that panel. And then for Mr. Burness and Mr. Yee, I can't imagine it would be more than 1 hour total, roughly 30 minutes apiece.
Thank you for that. And I will look to the room. Is there anyone else who intends to ask, and you don't have to commit to this forever, but who at this point intends to ask questions of the witnesses either tomorrow or on October 1st? So it sounds like we may finish, it looks like tomorrow will be a little more full. I don't know that we'll have extra time, although possible, but it does look like October 1st may be light. So I don't know if Ms. Meserve, and of course the risk is I don't want to get out ahead of DWR and being prepared for who comes next. Let me look on who does come next on October 6th. So I don't know. I don't know if it's possible to move someone up, and maybe this is a conversation, Ms. Meserve, that you might have with DWR offline. and see if there's someone that might be appropriate that you have, or if there are other protestants who would want to move up a witness. I'd certainly appreciate it. But I also understand we are working with a lot of moving parts here, and we all need to have time to be prepared. So, so maybe I
Yeah.
will table that and then come back to it in the morning, since there's some time for conversations this afternoon, possibly, and emails back and forth. And let's revisit that and see if we can get an additional witness on October 1st, if possible.
Yeah, I think if anyone's out there who's interested in putting on a witness on October 1st, yes, they could reach out to me or and just see yeah, because I think October 6th is going to be a busy day. I don't know that we'll just have to see what comes together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other procedural issues we should address before we break for the day and then reconvene tomorrow morning? All right, then with that, I will see you tomorrow morning and we are adjourned.